Meant to be big. Town car from Lincoln.
Who'd you expect? Bob Dole?
Follow Mark Martin and the Viagra racing team this season.
Get to your doctor for a checkup and find out if a free sample of Viagra is right for you.
And for more information right now, race over to Viagra.com.
Our weather maps show a storm system from the Ohio Valley moving eastward, and there'll be rain in New York City, Washington, Baltimore tonight, and maybe pretty windy and rainy in Boston tomorrow morning. Also a nasty day today in Detroit, windy, rainy, and cold. Temperatures in the 40s. The West Coast looks pretty good, though. Clouds and sun, Los Angeles and San Diego. Maybe a little bit of rain in the Puget Sound area around Seattle.
It was recommended that we all take the test, and so far everybody has shown to be negative. So I don't think there's any direct concern for myself or anybody in the Capitol building.
The majority leader vowing the Senate won't shut down because of the anthrax quarantine at his office.
And the anthrax scare at ABC News. An employee's 7-month-old baby has the disease. Doctors saying this may be the very first case of childhood anthrax in America.
Welcome back to NBC News. Continuing coverage on MSNBC. It is 10 a.m. on the East Coast, 7 a.m. on the West Coast. I'm Chris Jansen.
And good morning. I'm Greg Jarrett. Let's take a look. We are expecting just momentarily, in fact, there's the floor of the United States Senate where it is really locked down there today, and just outside the U.S. Senate. We're going to hear in just a moment the U.S. Capitol Police holding a news conference, giving us an update on the anthrax situation in light of the fact that a letter was mailed yesterday to Senate Majority Leader Tom Daschle. And we now know, a bulletin has crossed the wires, that a sophisticated test proves it was indeed anthrax in the letter.
There's also a hearing on Capitol Hill today. It is about the nation's terrorism response, and the FEMA director, Federal Emergency Management Director Joe Elbaugh, will testify. So we're watching that for you as well this morning. But we first want to get you up to speed on some of the latest developments, and of course we'll go to those other things live when they happen.
Yeah, the Red Cross is saying that a U.S. bomb hit its facility in Kabul during the latest U.S. airstrikes. It says one guard was injured, and humanitarian supplies, including wheat, were destroyed.
Investigators are examining media mailrooms throughout New York after the infant son of an ABC producer came down with anthrax. The 7-month-old has the skin form of the disease, is expected to recover. Meantime, according to the Associated Press, more sophisticated tests show that that letter sent to Senate Majority Leader Tom Daschle's office did indeed contain anthrax.
Secretary of State Colin Powell has just arrived in India after a visit to neighboring Pakistan. While he was there, Pakistan's president said his country will cooperate with the U.S., but he hopes it is a short war.
And now the latest on the anthrax investigation. Officials are now looking into cases in 4 cities in New York City, Washington, D.C., Reno, Nevada, and Boca Raton, Florida. We have 4 correspondents covering this story. Joe Johns on Capitol Hill, Jeannie Ohm outside ABC headquarters, Rahima Ellis outside the Trenton, New Jersey post office, where at least 2 tainted letters were processed, and Frederica Whitfield in Boca Raton for us. Good morning to all of you. And let me begin with you, Joe Johns on Capitol Hill. What's the latest?
Well, as you have said, Chris, we are waiting for a news conference outside the United States Capitol from Dan Nichols and perhaps some others. He is with the U.S. Capitol Police to give us an update. In the meantime, I can tell you that bright and early this morning, what could be described as stress mitigation started here at the Capitol, as briefings were held and apparently continue to be held for the support staffers, the janitors, the employees who work for the architect of the Capitol, the people who keep the Capitol complex going, and attempt to describe for them how anthrax works, what it does, and to emphasize the fact that it is imminently treatable as long as it is caught early. Meanwhile, good news so far from Senator Tom Daschle, who reported this morning that so far his staffers have tested negative have not been determined to have contracted or actually to have been exposed to anthrax. Good news from his office. He talked about it on the Today Show and in other places this morning.
We feel very confident that we've been able to check it. They took the antibiotic just as quickly as we could provide it, and as a result of that quick response, I think every one of our staff members, especially the young woman who opened it, is going to be just fine.
So now with the confirmation from Fort Detrick that the substance found in his office around 10:30 yesterday morning is in fact anthrax, the Capitol can only be expected to continue its attempt to tighten security. Chris, back to you.
NBC's Joe Jones on Capitol Hill for us this morning. Joe, thanks a lot. Greg?
Now for the latest on the 7-month-old child of an ABC News employee that has the skin form of anthrax. Let's turn now to NBC's Jeannie Elm outside the ABC headquarters in New York City. Jeannie, good morning. What's the latest from there?
Good morning to you, Greg. Well, health officials and investigators have a real mystery on their hands. How did a 7-month-old boy get exposed to anthrax enough that he got seriously ill and had to be hospitalized? Well, we're told the child is now out of the hospital and responding well to antibiotics. Now, the reason the investigation is focusing on ABC News is because the child's mother works here. She's a producer, and she brought her infant son here on September 28th to visit co-workers. And the next day, that's when the child developed symptoms, including a fever and what looked like an infected spider bite. And just like what happened to the NBC News employee, it wasn't until a biopsy that the confirmation was made that this, in fact, was the skin form of the disease of anthrax, cutaneous anthrax. The president of ABC News made the announcement last night.
I think anyone that thinks that ABC News is not going to function effectively because of this is greatly underestimating the men and women of ABC News. We are determined about what we're doing. We are smart enough to figure out what the truth is and to put it in perspective and not to overreact.
Now, testing is being done out here on a voluntary basis. Back to you, Chris.
All right. Jeannie Elm, thanks very much. Let's go quickly to Lieutenant Dan Nichols, U.S. Capitol Police, on anthrax.
A down and dirty indication of what we're dealing with. The first field test we did on the substance came back as positive for anthrax. According to our protocols, we did a second field test. That field test also came back positive. It was at that point that we called in the intended physician of the Capitol to help us with the medical situation that we had ongoing. We also notified the FBI of the situation that we had. We quickly isolated the staff that was on scene and started doing testing of the individuals there. We also sent the sample of the material we had to Fort Detrick, Maryland, so we have a more definitive answer of exactly what we were dealing with. Even though the field test came back positive twice, it is merely a preliminary indication of anthrax. We had to wait till we had the experts look at it from Fort Detrick to tell us what we had. The staff was treated on scene. They were all administered to by the attending physician of the Capitol. And after doing some tests and given a round of antibiotics, they were sent home for the evening. Late last night, the U.S. Capitol Police was notified by Fort Detrick that the substance was in fact anthrax. And that changed the situation somewhat. Now we know that we were dealing with an actual anthrax situation. Our overall concern throughout this has been in the interest of public safety. And we are always going to err on the side of caution when it comes to a situation like this. Even though we did extensive testing, field testing last night and yesterday when the situation was developing, we'd only had 2 positive hits, and that was on the substance itself. There were no more positive hits on individuals. There are no more positive hits in the immediate area. Nonetheless, now that we know that we have an actual anthrax situation, we decided to close part of the Senate office building, the Hart Senate office building, that is occupied by the Senate staff in the southeast corner of the building. And that runs from the 1st all the way up to the 8th floor. It involves the members' offices for 12 different senators and also involves Senate staff. That area is completely closed off now so we can do further testing. I need to assure everyone that what we're doing today in closing down this part of the building is a precautionary measure. It's a precautionary measure only. We want to go ahead and do some testing of the ventilation systems in that part of the building. The ventilation system is laid out in the Hart Senate office building to the extent that it serves that part of the building only. And that's where the offices of Senator Daschle is located. To ensure that we don't have spores that have somehow filtered throughout that part of the building through the ventilation system, we're going to conduct extensive testing today. And that part of the building is going to remain closed until we can come to a definitive answer of whether or not there are additional spores in that part of the building. In addition to that, we had the concern for the staff and the visitors that were in that part of the building yesterday. We were working closely overnight with the staff of Dr. Isold, who is the attending physician of the Capitol. We've set up an area in the Hart Senate office building and passed out flyers this morning advising staff that they can come to this area and be seen by the staff of the attending physician, undergo treatment, which is actually a swab, and begin their course of antibiotics if they choose to do so. The antibiotic that the doctor is administering right now is Cipro. In addition to having the attending physician's office on staff, there is the Senate chaplain, Dr. Lloyd Ogilvie, is over there to assist with anyone who needs some kind of support. And we also have the staff of the Employee Assistance Program of the United States Senate. They're on scene also, as well as U.S. Capitol Police to answer any concerns that we have. As far as the mail situation goes, mail delivery in the Capitol complex on both the House and Senate side suspended again today. And that's going to remain the case until we have the policies and procedures in place that we can assure that the safety of the staff who comes in contact with this material is at hand. That we have them up to speed on the mail handling procedures we'd like to have implemented throughout the Capitol complex, and that we can also tweak our screening procedures to ensure that we're doing all that we can to maintain the adequate level of safety and security to the congressional community. Dr. Isold right now is inside in another meeting. I was hoping to have him out here with me, and hopefully he'll be coming out very soon, but in the interim I'll try to answer any questions you may have.
Lieutenant, why do you think that it might have gotten into the ventilation system? In other words, do you have any reason other than the fact that the powder spilled out of the operation?
No, actually we don't think. We don't think it came into the ventilation system. What we want to do, though, is make sure that it did not. And we are going to err on the side of caution on this. This is a precautionary measure, and you're going to find that we're going to take extraordinary measures to ensure the safety and security of the congressional community during this time. And even though it's an unusual action to close down part of the Senate office building and disrupt the workings of the senators' offices, we feel it's an important measure to take. But I need to stress, it's a precautionary measure only.
Why wasn't that part of the building closed yesterday as you were airing on the side of
Yesterday we had a situation where we had preliminary indications. And I can tell you we have procedures in place to control the airflow if the situation warrants. But we were dealing with what was a preliminary situation. We dealt with the situation according to protocols. Now that we have developed further concrete information, we're proceeding in this manner.
And how are you tracking down people?
I'm sorry? There are certain procedures and protocols we have in place, and for security reasons, it's probably not a good idea that I get into exactly how to respond to these types of situations. And I can tell you that we've looked at this for quite some time. U.S. Capitol Police has been concerned about this type of situation for a period of time. We've worked very closely with the architect staff and the attending physician's office on this, and some other assets we have with other agencies. And everything fell into place very well yesterday. And I need to also commend the way that Senator Daschle's staff responded to this. They were confronted with an immediate and an unknown situation. And given what's been going on in other parts of the country, of course they were very concerned. But the response from Senator Daschle's staff specifically and the congressional community as a whole is commendable. They're still at their jobs, they're still at their desks, and they're still wanting to do their work every day. And they're cooperating with the doctor staff to go through the course of treatment they need for their own protection.
And how are you going to track down people who visited that area?
We need to get the word out, and it's not only people who work in the area, but it's also people who may have walked through the area or visited the building. For those outside the congressional community, if you were in the Hart Senate office building yesterday, we're recommending, if you so choose, to see your personal doctor as a precautionary measure in order to go through that course of treatment. Again, this is an issue that's of precaution for people who may have been in that part of the building.
What particular strain or form of anthrax that caused you to take such
I'm sorry, I'm not releasing that type of information. It was confirmed as anthrax, though.
Positive hits were on the substance itself, not on any individual.
Positive hits were on the substance.
So far as you know, then
it was very
or been exposed.
right.
No
Right.
evidence of any wars on the young woman who opened the envelope that you tested her and come out negative. Is that what you're saying?
We've done testing on all the individuals over there. Right now, the positive hits we've had were on the substance itself. Nonetheless, we're going ahead and taking precautions in the interest of public safety.
Because you say it's precautionary that you're using the ventilation system, why not close the whole building?
We looked at that issue. We talked to some subject matter experts on that, and we looked at the situation in total, and it was decided, because of the way the ventilation system is within the Heart Senate office building, that this would be an adequate measure.
Have you fully checked all the envelope yesterday concerning some leaks turned in for an examination? His office said it's suspicious. Have you received it, examined it, what did you find out?
We responded to a lot of suspicious envelopes and packages yesterday, and that's not unusual. The only positive hit that we had yesterday was on the substance that was in Senator Daschle's office. That was the only positive hit for anthrax we had yesterday.
Does that mean you examined all the envelopes you received yesterday, or some are still suspended, waiting for examination?
Everything that's been reported to us as suspicious or a suspect, we examined yesterday. We're continuing that effort today. Oh, hi, doctor. We continue that effort today. Everything else was negative. The only positive hit was in Senator Daschle's office. With me is with me is Dr. Isold, the attending physician of the Capitol, and he'll explain a little bit more about the course of treatment and the situation we have set up for the Senate staff. Thank you.
I'll just follow on to what the lieutenant mentioned to you, and hoping not to repeat him. I'm sorry I didn't hear the beginning of the brief. But subsequent to the events of yesterday, we reviewed everything that happened, and particularly in light of the positive findings, we reviewed the ventilation to the Hart building and the office spaces where the episode occurred. And although it was a very brief time between the onset of the incident and the time that it would be humanly possible to secure the ventilation, we felt that we would err on the cautious side and make a decision to go ahead and secure all the spaces that would be served by that ventilation system. Having done that, we then made the decision to go ahead and test anybody who had been in those spaces subsequent to the incident yesterday, whether they were working there, passing through there, visiting, whoever they were, including the cleaning crews, the police, the investigators, medical personnel, and so on. And at the present time, we've set up a station in the Hart building to go ahead and do that, and have made notification to all as widely as we can for people to stop by there and be tested. The medical response really is identical to what was initiated yesterday. We will go ahead and swab people and plate those cultures as soon as possible. And in the meantime, go ahead and initiate treatment with ciprofloxacin. Within 24 to 48 hours, we would anticipate the results of the culture, possibly watching them as long as 72 hours. And we will have the patients returning to us at least in 72 hours and make a decision at that time on further treatment as clinically indicated. At the present time, we simply know that we have a positive substance, and there are no results at the present time regarding any specimens, but as soon as those are available and able to be released, I would discuss them further.
Doctor, can you give us some idea of how many people you think might be involved here? And secondly, would it be possible, if not now, maybe later, to get a list of the officers involved so that people who visited the Capitol might be able to be made aware of whether they were in one of those offices?
Yeah, I think that it will be easy to make it public knowledge what those offices are, because the corner of that building can easily be identified, and those offices can be released by public affairs or whoever. So that certainly should be possible, and I would agree that we need to have the widest dissemination, because sometimes people don't know that's where they were. And that's why a forum like this is very helpful to be able to get the word out. As you can imagine, just counting the numbers of offices in an 8-story 8-floor office building, and doing the math, there'll be several hundred people that will be screened today. I can't say for sure because it began early in the morning, relatively speaking, on a Monday, and probably not all the staff was in, so that at the present time we just have to throw out the net as widely as possible, and as I say, err on the conservative side, and test and treat is really our philosophy.
Doctor, you're putting everyone who goes in for a screening, you're putting them on Cipro?
If we screen them, we treat them.
So once they're screened, you put
We
them on
initiate
Cipro,
treatment, yes.
in spite of the fact that the drug itself has some side effects?
At the present time, in the circumstances, for the short period of time that we would anticipate somebody to be on that if they had a negative culture, I think the downsides are minimal. If the culture is positive, it's a moot point.
Doctor, you take them off the drug at that point? If the cultures are negative?
That'll be the expectation.
Lieutenant, the Capitol was closed on September 11th. The residing target. Would you think you're reaching the point now where it is the inviting target and might be consideration again?
The Capitol Police confirming what we reported a short time ago, calling it an unusual but important measure, closing down part of the Hart Senate office building, the southeast corner of the building, floors 1 through 8. Senate staffers are there. 12 Senate offices are there. They expect to screen several hundred people for anthrax after a positive identification on a piece of mail that arrived there indeed was anthrax. And people who might have been in the building yesterday asked to see their personal physicians. We'll keep you posted on this story. Greg?
Well, where are these letters coming from? A couple of them we know have postmarks on them. Trenton, New Jersey. Well, let's turn to NBC's Rahema Ellis, who is standing by at a post office in Trenton for the latest. Good morning, Rahema. And apparently we're having some difficulty with the audio. We're going to pause and take a quick break, and when we come back, hopefully we'll have it straightened out. Get the latest from Trenton, New Jersey, NBC's Rahema Ellis. Don't go away.
The soldier, the healer, the backstabber, the temptress, the brains, the muscle, and one guy stuck in the middle.
You want to run that by me one more time?
Sci-Fi's biggest hit series.
Pilot, Ray Kubik.
Now 4 nights a week.
I love hanging with you, man.
Experience the best sci-fi show on television. From the beginning, Sci-Fi's Farscape. Every Monday through Thursday at 8. Only on Sci-Fi.
You're watching MSNBC.
He claims to be not human, visitor from another planet.
His story is unbelievable.
Where is home? Apex. It's about 1,000 light years away from here.
His behavior is unusual.
Your produce alone has been worth the trip.
But on October 26th,
You're really from up there?
celebrate the possibilities.
Okay, she says she doesn't like it when you sneak up on her.
No way.
K-Pax.
Be prepared for anything.
Rated PG-13 at theaters Friday, October 26th.
Everyone knows Santa Claus, but behind the magic is a massive global operation. We work with UPS to bring in raw materials, produce goods, wrapping paper, ground, overnight, international, you name it. Just this morning, I had a shipment of candy canes stuck in customs in Belgium, and one call to my UPS man straightened the whole thing out. There have been instances where the naughty got toys and the nice got coal, but it's not going to happen on my watch.
The American flag. It symbolizes freedom and justice for all mankind. Throughout the land, millions of Americans are proudly displaying the flag. Introducing the American Freedom Collection. A set of 2 quick display flags, 1 Old Glory flag, and the exclusive God Bless America flag. Each flag is made of weatherproof, fade-resistant material. They attach to your car window in seconds. Just slide the slot in the window. It's that easy. It looks great on mailboxes, bikes, trucks, even inside your home. The American Freedom Collection also includes 4 reusable peel-in-place flags. There's no glue. Just peel off the flag, and it'll cling to any smooth surface. Call now and receive your personal American Freedom Pin. You get everything. The Old Glory flag, the God Bless America flag, the peel-in-place flags, and flag pins. The entire American Freedom Collection for just $14.99. Call now.
To order your American Freedom Collection for only $14.99 plus shipping, have your credit card or checkbook ready and call 1-800-998-8605.
Among the anthrax letters, 2 of them came from the same location, apparently. The one to Senator Tom Daschle and NBC News anthrax letter. Both came from Trenton, New Jersey. Let's go back to NBC's Rahima Ellis, who is standing by live at a post office there. Rahima, good morning. As I understand it, they've narrowed it down to the post office right behind you, correct?
Yes, Greg, indeed. This is a regional post office for this area, and they believe that this is the location where at least 2 of those anthrax-tainted letters were postmarked on September 18th. There's also some concern here because 2 postal workers, 1 female letter carrier and a male maintenance worker, have been tested for symptoms that may be related to anthrax. They're taking antibiotics and medication as a precaution. Their test results have not come back yet. However, there is a communications officer from the Postal Inspections Office who arrived here just a short while ago. She may be having a news conference to give us the official information on those test results. When that happens, we'll let you know. In the meantime, I should tell you, this post office is open as usual. Postal workers are on the job. People have been coming and going here all morning long, people buying stamps and dropping off mail. While folks say that they are not changing their routines, they are being a little more careful.
Well, I'm here every day. It's scary. Very scary. I do have rubber gloves in the car. I check my mail as soon as I pick it up, make sure there's the return addresses on it, and who I know it's from. So far, so good.
Definitely we'll start looking at the letters, and most likely I wouldn't rip them open like I normally would, you know. I'd probably use a cutter or something like that, rather than just using my fingers.
Now what they're going to try to do is track down exactly where did that mail come from. It may be a little difficult, even though it's an automated system that tells them a lot about where mail is coming from. But I should tell you this. On the date of September 18th, when the anthrax-tainted letters were postmarked, there were 246,000 pieces of mail that were also processed at this center from 46 different mail locations and hundreds of mailboxes. So they've got a lot of work to do. Greg?
Indeed. Rahima Ellis in New Jersey. Thanks very much.
Unbelievable statistics. In the meantime, we want to get you up to date in Florida because there is word of a second case of inhalation anthrax there. With more on the story, we go to NBC's Frederica Whitfield, who is in Boca Raton for us. Frederica, what can you tell us?
And that second case is Ernie Blanco. He was the mailroom worker at the American Media Incorporated building who would come to this post office, the Boca Raton main post office, to pick up mail. And investigators believe that the anthrax that was delivered to the AMI building probably originated from a piece of mail that may have come through this building, because here federal authorities found minuscule amounts of anthrax. And so late last night, EPA officials came in and they started taking swab samples of everything around the mail sorting area, which is where the original traces of anthrax were found. They are going to be analyzing those traces of anthrax from the swab samples later on today. Earlier last night, we heard from the postal inspector, or rather a spokesperson from the U.S. Postal Office, and let's hear him now.
The health authorities were interested in following the course of AMI's mail through our facility. We led them on the path that it took. They talked to some of our people. They identified 31 people who may have had contact with that mail. They tested those 31 people, and all 31 of them proved to be negative. If we thought that there was a risk, a palpable risk here, this building would be closed. But there is no such risk according to the very best medical evidence.
So all of those postal workers tested negative. Meantime, they're now waiting test results from another set of postal workers at another facility who also gave their nasal swab test. Back to you, Chris.
NBC's Frederica Whitfield reporting for us once again in Boca Raton, Florida. Thanks very much, Fred.
For the very first time last night, American forces used an AC-130 gunship. We're going to explain what it does, what the targets were with our military analyst, retired General Bernard Traynor. And very quickly, if we can, take a look at the market boards. A bit of a retreat for the Dow Jones. It was up 50 points, now up 16. Standard & Poor up about 5 points. NASDAQ Fairly strong, up 15 points this morning. We'll keep an eye on it. We'll be right back.
Tough questions, honest answers. Direct from Washington, Chris Matthews' up-to-the-minute analysis as America strikes back. Weeknights at 7 on MSNBC.
On July 13th, the President of the United States encouraged all seniors to join a discount pharmacy plan, like the Seniors Discount Prescription Plan. Here's what smart seniors are saying about this advice.
The savings are incredible. I can save 10, 20, 30, up to 50%.
With the Seniors Discount Prescription Plan, you can save immediately on your same name brand drugs at your same pharmacies, with no limit, no deductibles, no claim forms, and no waiting for reimbursement.
All I do is show the card at the pharmacy or call customer service toll-free in order direct.
The Seniors Discount Prescription Plan qualifies you for as much as 50% savings on prescriptions and diabetes supplies for just $6.95 per month, with a 60-day money-back guarantee. And if you call now, you'll receive 3 months free.
It makes me feel good to help seniors with their prescription needs and pass on huge savings.
It's about saving money, and it's about finally getting the break we seniors deserve.
Start saving immediately. No senior will be denied membership. Call now and get 3 months free.
It is half past the hour. We want to again check in on the latest developments. The Red Cross says a U.S. bomb hit its facility in Kabul during the latest U.S. airstrikes. It says one guard was injured and humanitarian supplies, including wheat, were destroyed. Witnesses say there were Taliban military trucks in the area. New York Mayor Rudy Giuliani says no signs of anthrax have been found in media mailrooms in New York so far. Mailrooms are being checked after the infant son of an ABC producer came down with skin anthrax. The 7-month-old is expected to recover. And Secretary of State Colin Powell is in India after a visit to neighboring Pakistan. Powell and Pakistani President Musharraf discussed the possible makeup of a future Afghan government. Both said the Taliban could take part in one. And the U.S. has unleashed a new weapon over Afghanistan, the AC-130. It's a low-flying Special Forces gunship. It signals that the U.S. has confidence that attacks from cruise missiles and fighter jets have greatly reduced the threat of Taliban air defenses. Well, meanwhile, airstrikes continue today over Kabul and Kandahar. NBC's Nora O'Donnell joins us from the Pentagon with the details. Good morning, Nora.
Good morning, Chris. And defense officials say that today, day 10 in this bombing campaign, will be some of the heaviest bombing to date. They are using some 60 U.S. warplanes, both strike jets and bombers, as there are new signs today that the ground war is near.
In a clear sign the U.S. military owns the skies, Air Force AC-130 gunships, which fly low and slow, attacking troops and armor, are now being used inside Afghanistan for the first time. The AC-130 is one of the most devastating weapons in the American arsenal, operated by Air Force Special Forces. And helicopter gunships, used by Special Forces operations to fast rope down to the ground, are also now in place aboard the USS Kitty Hawk, ready to strike and begin the hunt for Osama bin Laden. Gun camera video shows laser-guided bombs blasting Taliban aircraft, surface-to-air missile sites, and a terrorist training camp run by bin Laden's al-Qaeda network.
And the reason Pentagon officials say that there is still such heavy bombing even on day 10 is because they're getting improved intelligence from on the ground, new targets, not only about Taliban troop movements, but also storage facilities of where they're keeping their ammunition inside caves. And they say as long as they're still getting this new intelligence, there'll still be more heavy bombing. Chris?
Thanks very much. NBC's Nora O'Donnell at the Pentagon for us, and she just mentioned those AC-130s. For more on that, let's head over to Greg.
Yeah, let's try to put the latest military developments in perspective for us. And to do that, of course, we have our NBC military analyst, retired General Bernard Trainer, with us. General, good morning to you. Let's talk about these AC-130 planes. You're very familiar with them because, and let me just point out, they were used for the very first time last night in Kandahar, this area here, which of course we know the Taliban has its headquarters. Tell us about these AC-130.
Well, the AC-130 is just a magnificent airplane. It was introduced during the Vietnamese War, and over there it was known as Puff the Magic Dragon. And what it is, it's a C-130 transport aircraft that is specially outfitted with weapons. Now, the latest version is called the Spooky, and it has a 105-millimeter cannon in there that fires, anywhere from 6 to 10 rounds a minute. It has a 40-millimeter Bofors gun in there, which fires 100 rounds a minute, and it has a Gatling gun, 25-millimeter Gatling gun, which fires at a rate of about 1,800 rounds a minute. And when that thing fires, it looks like a stream going out of lead. Very, very accurate. It can fire through infrared. It fires visually. It can fire with low-light television and radar control. It has a very, very sophisticated sensor and computer system, which makes it capable of stitching along the way. Its greatest problem, of course, is that it's slow, and it just circles around as it fires very, very precisely.
And it flies pretty low, right?
Yes,
so it's vulnerable to anti-aircraft.
It is vulnerable. Normally you fly it at night. During the Gulf War, we lost one because it was still airborne over the target when the sun came up and the Iraqis shot it down. These are used primarily to help in the rescue of downed aviators, to support special operations people, or any sort of a precise sort of mission, say, where you have indication that somebody is in this particular house, and you can move on up and just fire and stitch it. Some of the video that they had of this aircraft operating in Panama was absolutely spectacular, with the precision of being able to walk right down the street and right through a suburb, taking out the specific target.
We're learning from the Defense Department that yesterday, overall, the military strikes really picked up pace. They were the fiercest yet. Let me just point out a couple of locations. The Afghan capital of Kabul was one of the locations that was hit really hard. And then, once again, down in Kandahar, hit very, very hard yesterday. What kinds of specific targets, General, are they going after?
Well, initially they were going after, of course, command and control and air defenses. And once you take that out and we have mastery of the air, which we do, then you can start to go after the second target, secondary target. And secondary targets would be any sort of facility that would support the Taliban, either war effort or their political effort. It could be storage, logistic places, it could be troops, it could be artillery positions, and I think an awful lot of this could also be trying to work on the minds of those in the Taliban. For example, using the spooky. You know, why would they have to use the spooky? Well, one of the reasons may have been to send the message to these people that this aircraft can come in and pick them apart at any time. So in addition to having political and military value in these secondary targets, I think there's an awful lot of psychological value that's to be gained from using the air power the way we're doing it, which is rather discreet.
Now, General, the military strikes seem to be increasing, notwithstanding what the Pentagon said just a few days ago, that the targets of opportunity or the targets themselves are getting harder and harder to find. Is our intelligence now getting better?
Well, I would hope so. I mean, it's been a long time since we committed ourselves out there, and not only our technical intelligence has been focused on it, meaning the satellites, the U-2s, the unmanned aerial vehicles, our electronic intelligence. That obviously has been focused in the area, plus the fact that we have had time to work with some of the peripheral states to develop some of the targets. So I think our intelligence is also giving us indications of places that we were unaware of until now that we can now hit.
Yeah, we've only got about a minute left, less than that, but we're now learning that the first night of the airstrikes, President Bush gave the okay to take out Mullah Omar, the Taliban leader. Apparently they knew where he was. How do they go about finding him?
Well, once again, that could have been a lucky shot. Right. We don't know. It could have been from decent, good intelligence. You know, we nearly got Saddam Hussein in the Gulf War on the 28th of January 1991. He was coming up from Basra to Baghdad in a convoy, and some Air Force F-15 spotted the convoy, shot it up. He survived. His was the only car that wasn't hit. It was amazing.
Every car but his.
Yeah. So sometimes you get these things as a fluke rather than based upon intelligence. But apparently in this case, they had a pretty good handle on where Omar was.
Missed him by 30 minutes or something? Or a few minutes? Okay. General Bernard Trainer, our military analyst. As always, many thanks. I want to remind you the military information that we are reporting right now, provided to us by the U.S. government, doesn't place any of our servicemen and women at risk. Now, that said, you can also track the latest U.S. military attacks in Afghanistan on MSNBC.com. You can also learn more about the strength of U.S. Special Forces converging on Central Asia. Chris?
Thanks very much, Greg, and our coverage will continue after this. The task of the hazardous materials crews. They've been responding to huge numbers of suspicious packages and powders all throughout the country. How dangerous is their job, and are they equipped to handle these anthrax scares? Find out from the people who do the job next.
Sunday on an all-new MSNBC National Geographic Explorer. The Middle East and Central Asia, a world most Americans know very little about. Now see inside as never before. Through the eyes of 3 special National Geographic photographers. Assignment Egypt. Sunday at 8, only on MSNBC.
You better watch out, you better not cry, you better not pout, I'm telling you why. Santa Claus is coming to town.
Santa Claus is coming to town, along with Frosty the Snowman and Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer.
Okay, Rudolph, full power!
Light up the holiday season again and again with 3 of the best-loved original Christmas classics ever. Available on VHS and, for the first time ever, on DVD. All from Time Life Video. From Frosty the Snowman to Rudolph to Santa himself.
It's almost Christmas.
Have a holly jolly Christmas.
It's the best time of the year. All the magical characters you loved as a child. Back again to make Christmas even more memorable for your kids or grandchildren.
Frosty the snowman was the loudest he could be. And the children say he could laugh and play just the same as you and me.
3 legendary movies selected by Time Life as the best in holiday entertainment. And all for only $29.99 on VHS or $39.99 on DVD.
It's a difficult responsibility when you accept an appointment from His Majesty.
So call now for all the warmth, wonder, and great music cheer.
Rudolph the red-nosed reindeer, you'll go down in history.
Here's how to order this priceless collection.
Merry Christmas!
Call now.
Call 1-800-454-7799 to order Rudolph and Friends. Or send $29.99 for 3 VHS or $39.99 for 3 DVD plus $5.50 shipping and handling to Rudolph and Friends, Department 1, Richmond, Virginia, 23280. Call now or order online at timelife.com.
And welcome back. The anxiety over anthrax is taking a toll on Americans, especially those who were called in to investigate and retrieve suspicious packages. Most recently in New York City, where a letter laced with anthrax found at NBC headquarters. Hazmat teams were the first to be called in to answer and to investigate. They closed down part of the 3rd floor to sweep for any traces of anthrax. In Florida, hazmat teams are investigating a post office in Boca Raton where traces of anthrax turned up there. This after one man died from anthrax inhalation and another hospitalized and under treatment. They worked in the American Media Building in that city. Chris?
In Broward County, Florida, Saturday, for example, 4 hazardous materials teams answered what officials said was an unprecedented number of calls involving suspicious packages and white powdery substances. So now a jittery public is taking a toll on hazmat crews and their budgets. Joining us from Boca Raton to talk about how they're handling all this is Todd LeDuc, the Public Information Officer for Broward County Fire Department, and Battalion Chief Peter DeJesse, who has been overseeing these operations. Gentlemen, good morning. We really appreciate your taking a break from your busy schedule to be with us. And Todd, let me start with you. Just how busy, Todd, has it been?
The number of calls have reached the unprecedented level in a county of 1.6 million. We've gone from running 4 hazmat calls a day to literally dozens of calls, reaching sometimes over 20 calls a shift. And again, I want to stress that not one single one of these calls has proven to be hazardous.
What kinds of things are making people jumpy?
We've seen the whole spectrum from pranks and hoaxes, which no one is taking lightly, nor do we think it is funny, to people just responding with fear and concern and panic. We're seeing people with ceiling plaster falling from the ceiling onto the floor. We've seen people who have brought a book out that's had dust on it because it's been sitting there for 2 to 3 years. The message we need to get out is people need to get back to the course of their business and not be fearful. We see a lot of the calls are driven by people's concern and are not necessarily stopping to look logically at what the explanation is for perhaps an unknown white powder.
And I got to believe that as a result, your guys are getting pretty tired, are they?
We're hanging in there. Obviously, they are running an unprecedented number of calls. Bragg County Fire Rescue has added additional resources to assist them. The biggest concern we have is obviously complacency, and we're watching very closely and monitoring not only the physical well-being, but the emotional and mental well-being of our specialty trained hazardous materials teams. So we're monitoring that situation. They're doing just fine right now.
Pete, walk us through it, if you will. What happens when one of these calls comes in?
Well, we have to treat this call as being an actual call because, again, we have to plan for the worst. So we treat every call as if it's an actual anthrax or any kind of biological type incident. So we go through the whole gamut. We gather information. We protect ourselves with our protective clothing and air masks. We go in, we take a sample, we overpack it, we decontaminate that container, and that's the evidence container.
And I know that you have some of that equipment with you. Let's start with those masks. Can you show it to us? Tell us what it does.
Okay, what we're doing is we're actually going to be putting these on our engine companies and rescue companies. Hello? Oh, there you go. Sorry. And, excuse me. We're packaging them up in this fashion here, and they're going to be on all of the different responding units. And this is for our responders to deal with large-scale type incidents should they occur. So we're prepared for the large scale. Right now we're running into the small scale type stuff, so a lot of this stuff is here. This filter mask filters out up to 0.3 microns of any kind of biological and airborne type hazards. So it's something that they can wear for a long period of time, and it's really not fatiguing to them, so to speak, such as our air packs are.
And Todd, what is it that you're holding?
What we have here is a Tyvek suit. This suit is initial level of protection twofold. One is that hazardous materials teams can actually put this right over their breathing apparatus, and typically they have enough internal breathing apparatus that lasts about 45 minutes, a little bit less perhaps under strenuous conditions. This goes right over and actually protects. It's a barrier between the skin and any type of hazardous product. So this is the initial level of protection they go into. We have suits that run upwards of $7,500 that offer increasing levels of protection. So depending on the hazard or potential research that we do prior to entering a building or a scene with hazards, will determine what level of protection we enter with. So we're very cautious with all of these. We're treating everyone as if it's serious, and we do everything by protocol so as not to afford any mistakes, and particularly complacency running this many calls.
Well, we can see that obviously you have the proper equipment, and I know that all the guys are trained to handle these kinds of problems. But Pete, I wonder, given the nature of what this is, how unsettling has this been for you, for the other people who work on the hazmat teams, and for the families?
Well, the amount of calls that we're running, again, treating everyone as an actual type incident, of course, is unnerving after a while. And like Todd said, we want to keep the complacency down where they're saying this is another one that's just a hoax. Just one message for the people out there. If you happen to have a suspicious envelope that may have some powder on it, just put it in a Ziploc bag, wash your hands in an antibacterial type soap or some sort of Purell. That'll take care of most of that problem. Then call 911 and then we'll come out and evaluate the situation. But if you're receiving a package that you're not sure of and it's not leaking and has no powder, you don't want it, then throw it in the garbage.
Yes, and Todd, is there anything you can add to that? Because all over the country, frankly, people are unnerved.
Yeah, without doubt, I think we need to get the message out loud and clear that it's important for us as a country to get back about our way of life. Go to the movies, take your children to their soccer games, go out to dinner with your wife. It's important that if we get back to the course of our life, we have less time to be fearful and fretting. We've had a number of calls where people have actually had something that did not concern them, maybe a package 3 days ago. They've watched TV, they've heard more reports, they've thought more, they've brewed on it, and 3 days later we're getting calls for what has turned out to be very benign type substances. So the message to get out loud and clear is we need to get back to our lives, that we have very few isolated cases that have shown up of anthrax, none of which are in Bragg County, and we're prepared to respond to whatever's out there. So that's what we want the public to hear crystal clear.
Todd LeDuc and Peter DeJesse, I know you guys have been working very hard. Thanks to you, and good luck to all the folks who work the hazmat team. Thanks so much for being our guest.
Thank you.
And we are just getting word from Trenton, New Jersey at the post office there. Some new information. That, of course, is where 2 of the suspicious letters were postmarked. Stay with us. We'll have that report when we come back.
I'm seeing things differently now. I want to protect what I have, not just grow it. I need a new way to manage my money. I have all the help I need.
Who'd you expect? Bob Dole? Follow Mark Martin and the Viagra racing team this season.
Get to your doctor for a checkup and find out if a free sample of Viagra is right for you.
And for more information right now, race over to Viagra.com.
Sunday on an all-new MSNBC National Geographic Explorer, the Middle East and Central Asia, a world most Americans know very little about. Now see inside as never before through the eyes of 3 special National Geographic photographers. Their homeland, their vision up close, caught by their cameras. A personal glimpse inside this region in conflict. An all-new MSNBC National Geographic Explorer. Assignment Egypt. Sunday at 8, only on MSNBC.
You're looking at a live picture. This is Diane Todd of the Postal Service in Trenton, New Jersey. That's where 2 of the anthrax letters were sent. She says business is as usual. The post office is open. 2 employees are being tested, waiting for CDC results. Let's listen in.
Are you here? No. I'll update you with any information that I get, okay?
Is there a place we can reach? Is there a place we can reach you by phone?
Yeah, I'm right here. I'm going to be in here.
Well, it looks like we're catching the tail end of the news conference. But as I say, business as usual. The post office is open there. The investigation continues. The CDC is undertaking the testing of 2 employees there. Chris? Oh, let's go to Joe Alba right now as the FEMA Director of Federal Emergency Management Agency. He's testifying on Capitol Hill, answering some questions at this Senate hearing on environment and public works. Let's listen in.
Be in a position to come back to the committee and make some hard recommendations. But I'll be honest with you, I'm not exactly sure that we have a good handle on what our state's capabilities are. And I think it's important that we know and we offer assistance where we can. As I mentioned a minute ago, we spend an inordinate amount of money, properly so, training first responders and emergency managers at Emmitsburg, a fabulous facility. One of the things I need to look at is how do we expand that so we can meet the demand. Our demand far outstrips our capability at Emmitsburg. Coupled with this, I just don't want to be the 300-pound gorilla, forcing something upon states that they may or may not need. We have to have an honest, active dialogue with those individuals. And we do. I can't think of a better agency that has more dialogue with state individuals other than FEMA. I'm very proud of our relationship. and it is a proper relationship, but we can improve upon what resources we can afford the states so they can be better prepared. As you know, I'm not the one receiving the 911 phone call. These folks are the ones who are receiving the 911 call, and we need to make sure that they're best prepared with trucks, personal equipment, safety devices to do the best job that they possibly can. And I appreciate your question.
Well, I appreciate your answer, and I appreciate the gentleman sitting in the front row and all the other first responders who are on the other end of those calls. And we do need your guidance and advice as soon as it's humanly possible to provide it to us, because I think every one of us on this committee want to provide whatever additional resources and support, perhaps looking at maybe some regional training facilities like Emmitsburg so that you could deal with the need that is out there and people will be able to come forth is something we should consider, maybe in conjunction with some of our military bases or even some of our no longer active bases. I think there are some real opportunities here if we get the kind of planning and recommendations that I know that you'll come forward with. Another issue that is of particular concern in Lower Manhattan is our small business community, and I think we have discovered there's a potential area.
Senator of New York, Hillary Rodham Clinton. We're going to dip out of this. We're having a little trouble with our transmission, but this is the hearing ongoing with the FEMA director. We'll continue to monitor what he is saying.
There's a couple of other things that we are watching. One at National Airport, and that is where Congressman Dick Gephardt is, along with some flight attendants and pilots. They'll be holding a news conference shortly talking about the issue of federalizing some workers at airports, particularly security screeners. There is legislation in Congress, but some conservatives are concerned about the federal government taking that over. In addition, the Senate has started its session once again after confirmation that Senator Daschle, a letter sent to his office, did indeed contain anthrax. We'll stay on top of it.
Tonight on Business Center, since the attack, how has life and business changed in cities across America? New Orleans has sights, sounds, and the upcoming Super Bowl. But how is the Big Easy holding up now? Tonight on CNBC Business Center at 6 p.m. Eastern.
Hi, Billy Mays here for OxyClean, the stain specialist. Powered by the air you breathe, activated by the water that you and I drink. It's Mother Nature approved, then it's safe on your colored fabrics. Use it on carpets. OxyClean seeks out organic stains, pet stains, food stains that get down into the matting, into the padding. It even takes red wine and grape juice out of white carpeting. It cleans, it brightens, it eliminates odors all at the same time. Don't just get it clean, get it OxyClean. Make a paste, make it 10 times as powerful. The longer you let it set, the easier it is. It'll whiten your grout and get rid of your toughest stains. Sometimes soaking is the solution. If you use bleach, you ruin your clothes. OxyClean won't hurt the material, even lace. It has the power of bleach without the damaging side effects of chlorine. When your laundry detergent just isn't enough, supercharge it with OxyClean. 1 scoop in every load of laundry, it'll make your whites whiter. It'll make your brights brighter. As a stain remover, it's the best. Grass stains, clay stains. Long live your laundry. OxyClean, the stain specialist. We've sold millions of our 2.5-pound tubs for $40. But if you call now, we'll cut the price in half, only $19.95. You'll also receive a squirt bottle and a super chamois absolutely free. If you call during this show, you'll receive a bottle of our world-famous Orange Clean, made with pure orange oil. It cuts through the grease and the grime, whether it's baked on in the oven or caked on the stove. You get all this for just $19.95, but call in the next 20 minutes and we'll supersize your OxyClean from a 2.5-pound tub to a whopping 6-pound bucket, nearly triple the amount. But you gotta call now. Here's how to order.
Call to order your 6-pound bucket of OxyClean for only $19.95. Call now and we'll include the super chamois, squirt bottle, and Orange Clean absolutely free. Call 1-800-426-8600. Call now.
Tonight at 9 on MSNBC Investigates.
He said, I'm on the airplane, United Flight 93, and it's been hijacked.
Ordinary people. Uncommon courage.
I shudder to think what those last moments were like.
MSNBC Investigates Heroes of Flight 93. Tonight at 9 on MSNBC.
Hold steady. Keep your eye on the target. At Oppenheimer Funds, we zero in on key growth trends.
It's how our capital appreciation fund beat the S&P 500 index over the past 10 years. Oppenheimer funds, the right way to invest.
America is getting back to work. But now we have a bigger job to do. We have to work a little harder, stand a little taller, be a little stronger in our resolve to show the world that nothing can destroy the foundations of freedom. Together, we have the strength to get the job done.
Fourth and goal. Go with what's proven. At Oppenheimer Funds, we look for companies with reliable earnings. That's how our capital appreciation fund beat the S&P 500 index over the past 5 years. Oppenheimer Funds, the right way to invest.
Our satellite pictures show a swirling low-pressure area in the Great Lakes. It'll be rainy, windy, and cold in Chicago, and especially Detroit to Cleveland today. Pretty good day along the Atlantic seaboard, though. Philadelphia and New York City will have sunshine. And to the west, it also looks nice. Denver will be sunny today, much warmer. It snowed early yesterday in Denver. Today, it gets to about 70, and it'll be partly sunny in Los Angeles.
Amid new fears of anthrax attacks in the nation's capital, across the nation, postal workers step up security and their awareness of just what's going through our mail.
And U.S. airstrikes continue in Afghanistan. New reports that an international Red Cross warehouse was hit. Our global coverage continues now.
I'm Jeannie Ohm in New York. Health officials and investigators are on scene at ABC News to try and determine how an employee's son got sick with anthrax. All the latest coming up.
I'm Monica Novotny in Midtown Manhattan, where media companies are on high alert today as yet another case of anthrax is confirmed within their community. We'll have the latest coming up.
I'm Rahima Ellis in Trenton, New Jersey, at the regional post office, where 2 anthrax-tainted letters were postmarked. More on the investigation coming up.
Top of the hour. Welcome back to MSNBC's continuing coverage of America Strikes Back. I'm Greg Jarrett.
Good morning. I'm Chris Jansing. 11 a.m. Eastern Time, 8 a.m. Pacific. Let's get you checked up on the latest developments. Capitol Hill police say more sophisticated tests on the letter sent to Senate Majority Leader Tom Daschle's office show that it did indeed contain anthrax. Now, so far, no one in his office has tested positive for the disease.
In the meantime, officials say the 7-month-old son of an ABC News producer is responding well to treatment after contracting a skin form of anthrax. The infant was in the ABC newsroom on September 28th.
And a U.S. bomb hit Red Cross warehouses in the Afghan capital of Kabul today during fierce daylight attacks. Red Cross officials say an Afghan security guard was slightly injured. Meantime, there is a lot of anxiety brewing all across the country today as investigators try to get to the bottom of several anthrax scares. We have 3 reporters standing by right now to cover this story for us. Jeannie Ohm outside ABC headquarters, Monica Novotny in Midtown Manhattan, and Rahima Ellis outside a New Jersey post office where at least 2 tainted letters were processed. Good morning to all of you. Jeannie, let's begin with you in New York City. What's the latest there?
Good morning, Chris. Well, unlike the NBC News case where authorities know where the anthrax came from, it was a letter mailed from Trenton, New Jersey, here they don't know how a 7-month-old boy got infected with anthrax. What they do know is that his mother, who works there, she's an ABC News producer, she brought her son into work on September 28th to meet with co-workers. But the next day, that's when the boy got sick, and that's why investigators right now are talking with the different employees to see who the child may have come in contact with and what the child may have been playing with. They also removed several bags of evidence from last night to test them for any traces of anthrax. They're also going to be concentrating in certain areas in the building to also do additional testing. But despite this latest case, Mayor Rudy Giuliani is urging the public to remain calm.
The situation with the child at ABC, although very disturbing because it involves a child, still is a situation in which the child's been treated with antibiotics and is responding very well. The child is diagnosed with anthrax, but we have not yet found whatever agent introduced it, whether it happened at ABC or it happened somewhere else. The supposition is that it happened at ABC, but we don't know that yet.
Again, that child is out of the hospital and is responding well to the antibiotics and is improving. But because this latest case does involve a 7-month-old infant, a lot of people are concerned, and NBC News' Ann Thompson spoke with some employees as they were coming into work.
A little more than an hour after the announcement, the overnight shift reports for work. Debbie Modeste, a writer for ABC News, disturbed by the possibility a colleague's child contracted the bacteria in the building, but refusing to panic.
Were you surprised when you heard the news?
No, I wasn't.
No,
I wasn't.
Why weren't you surprised?
Well, because when I heard NBC, I immediately thought, well, you know, NBC and the other media place, I immediately thought that it, you know, possible that it might happen here.
Judas Hughes, an editor at ABC, brought his children to work a couple of weeks ago. Now he plans to take them to the doctor.
I don't think I'll bring my children again, and I'm not really comfortable, you know, being at work right now, to be honest.
The 7-month-old baby came to ABC on Friday, September 28th, more than 2 weeks ago. In that time, ABC News President David Weston says no one else has developed symptoms of the bacteria.
From what I've understood from the mayor and his colleagues tonight, if someone had been exposed on the 28th when the child was here, we already would have seen symptoms and we would have been well along the way.
For that reason, Weston says there is no basis to test employees, but adds ABC will follow the advice of authorities and do what is necessary. Would you feel better if you were tested?
Yes, I probably will get tested.
You want to get tested?
Now, even though investigators don't know where the anthrax came from, we're told as a precaution the mail is being stopped at an outside facility where it is being sorted before it's being brought into the building here. Back to you, Chris.
NBC's Jeannie Ohm outside ABC for us. Thanks, Jeannie. Greg?
Well, with the ABC connection and the NBC letter, with these new reports each and every day, is the media the prime target of bioterrorists? Let's turn to NBC's Monica Novotny in Midtown Manhattan with more on that part of the story. Monica?
Good morning, Greg. This is essentially Media Central. We're in the heart of Midtown Manhattan, where many media companies either have their headquarters or office space. First of all, if you look up to my right, you can see this is the GE building, where NBC News is headquartered. Also, over to my left, I'm going to show you just here, there's a bus, but just beyond that is the News Corps building. And then we're going to swing around, and just over here up to the right is the Time Life building. The Associated Press is also in the neighborhood. Now, there is growing concern today that more media companies like these may be targets. The most recent anthrax case, of course, just less than 20 blocks north of here at ABC News. Now, as a result, Mayor Rudolph Giuliani sent environmental teams, which were made up of city police, FBI, and health investigators to the various media companies in the area.
We tried to go to the 4 or 5 others that we thought might be ones that might be considered, since we already have, you know, NBC, and we have indications at ABC, and we know down in Florida that it was a media outlet that was affected. So we thought it might not be a bad idea to go and test in advance and also establish some relationships in case something happens over the next 3 or 4 days.
Now, the offices that the mayor was referring to include the Associated Press, CNN, CBS, Fox, also 2 local New York papers, the Daily News and the New York Post. Of course, the New York Times has already been checked, as they had a scare earlier when they received a suspicious letter with powder. Tests on that letter have, at this point, turned out to be negative. No anthrax found at the New York Times building. However, we know that those teams were sent into those newsrooms, to the mailrooms. They took samples. Those samples are being tested as we speak, but no test results have come back yet. Those will take another day or 2 before we have results. We've spoken to some officials from the various newsrooms, everyone at this point taking precautions, also taking additional security precautions in general in their offices, but no one wants to talk specifics. We can tell you, of course, that at ABC, 100 employees at this point have been questioned, and the FBI is on the scene. Meanwhile, at CBS, they tell us their newsroom and their mailroom at this point are open as usual after the inspectors have made their way through. And the CNN mailroom is also open now as usual. Investigators there have made their way through as well. So that is the latest from Media Central. Back to you.
All right. Monica Novotny in Midtown Manhattan. Thanks very much, Chris.
And of course, we have this newest case in Washington, and tests are confirming this morning that a letter sent to Tom Daschle's office tested positive for anthrax. That letter to the senator, postmarked on September 18th from Trenton, New Jersey. NBC's Rahema Ellis is at the post office where the letter came from, and I know there was a briefing in the last half hour or so. What's the latest from there?
Well, one of the things that we're learning, Chris, is that there is some nervousness on the part of some of the employees who are working at this regional post office, which has been identified as the location where the anthrax-tainted mail, at least 2 letters, were postmarked on September 18th. There's also some concern because 2 postal workers, one a male maintenance employee who works out of this facility, and a female letter carrier, have been tested for symptoms that may be related to anthrax. They have been tested, as I say, they're being treated with antibiotics, and they're doing that as a precaution, even though the test results have not come back yet. We think those results could come back as early as today, and we'll give you that information as soon as it's available. But still, as I say, we were told in a briefing just a short while ago, some employees are anxious, and postal workers and postal inspectors, I should say, are doing everything they can to answer the concern of postal workers. Let's listen.
We're giving employees talks routinely. They're getting them on a daily basis. They've been reminded of all of the precautions to take.
They say that some of those precautions that they're taking, and it's on a voluntary basis, some employees are wearing gloves and others are wearing masks. It was pointed out to us, though, because some of the areas that they work in can be very dusty. It is not so unusual to see a postal worker in a regional office like this wearing gloves or wearing masks, but it's something they are making available to everyone at this point. I should also tell you that customers have also been coming in and out of this facility all day long. Some of them we talked to said they come here because it's convenient, and they're still mailing their parcels from here and their letters and picking up stamps, but they did point out that they are also being a little more careful with how they're handling their mail. Mail officials tell us that they are being cautious and particularly looking very suspiciously at any mail that comes in that does not have a return address. Chris?
NBC's Rahema Ellis in Trenton, New Jersey for us. Thank you, Rahema. Greg?
A short while ago, Capitol Hill police held a news conference in Washington to update the situation over the tainted letter that was sent to Senator Tom Daschle.
I need to assure everyone that what we're doing today in closing down this part of the building is a precautionary measure. It's a precautionary measure only. We want to go ahead and do some testing of the ventilation systems in that part of the building. The ventilation system is laid out in the Hart Senate office building to the extent that it serves that part of the building only, and that's where the office of Senator Daschle is located. To ensure that we don't have spores that have somehow filtered throughout that part of the building through the ventilation system, we're going to conduct extensive testing today. And that part of the building is going to remain closed until we can come to a definitive answer of whether or not there are additional spores in that part of the building. In addition to that, we had the concern for the staff and the visitors that were in that part of the building yesterday. We were working closely overnight with the staff of Dr. Isold, who is the attending physician in the Capitol. We've set up an area in the Hart Senate office building and passed out flyers this morning advising staff that they can come to this area and be seen by the staff of the attending physician, undergo treatment, which is actually a swab, and begin their course of antibiotics if they choose to do so. The antibiotic that the doctor is administering right now is Cipro.
About a dozen U.S. Senate offices have been closed as a precautionary move. Chris?
Well, speaking of that, anxiety over anthrax has sent a lot of people to pharmacies for an antibiotic cure-all. But stocking up on a drug in need is not what doctors advise. Cipro, which is made by Bayer, is used to fight anthrax as well as some other serious infections and diseases. Although production has increased, some pharmacies are having trouble keeping it on the shelves for those who truly need it. Doctors warn not to take the drug just as a preventative, and here's why. Your body may actually form an immunity against the antibiotic, so it won't be as effective the next time you need it. So a word to the wise.
Yeah. When our coverage continues in a moment, my interview with a foreign minister of Afghanistan's Northern Alliance. What kind of government would his group like to see replace the Taliban?
And is Iraq involved in the recent anthrax-tainted letters in this country? The response from a top Iraqi official is coming up.
Williams, Matthews, Hope, Banfield, Sawyer. Afghanistan, Pakistan, Israel, Iraq, Egypt, Washington, D.C. resources, the latest technology, the most experienced team, exclusive investigations, groundbreaking documentaries, the whole picture, 24 hours a day. MSNBC.
Why are so many people switching to IDT long distance? 5 cents. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you for joining IDT. Enjoy the savings.
Because we offer the simplest low-cost long-distance plan available. Just 5 cents a minute, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, for every state-to-state long-distance call you make. We don't waste money on celebrities and gimmicks. We just offer the best long-distance available at the lowest possible price. Just 5 cents a minute, all day long, every single day of the week. And IDT has 6-second billing, so you never get charged for time you don't use. No complicated billing plans with rates that change depending on the time of day. No prepayments for time you may lose, and no annoying 1010 numbers to dial. Just the best long distance available at the lowest possible price. For real savings in the real world, call IDT right now. We're waiting for your call.
5 cents a minute, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. IDT long distance. No one does it for less.
It's time you expected more from an insurance company. So call Progressive Auto Insurance, and we can give you our low price, plus the rates for up to 3 leading competitors. And that could save you hundreds.
We want you to save money, even if it's not with us.
It's time you expected an easier way to buy car insurance. Because at Progressive.com, you can get a quote and buy a policy instantly. In fact, our website is so fast and easy to use, it's been rated #1 4 times in a row. It's time you expected faster claim service. At Progressive, our immediate response vehicles can come right to you. They're like a claims office on wheels.
We make getting back on the road fast and easy.
Visit Progressive.com or call Progressive today. For fast, friendly service 24 hours a day, we want you to save money, even if it's not with us.
Okay, maybe we're not changing the world, but we are changing the way people buy car insurance.
You could start saving now. Call Progressive today or visit Progressive.com. Progressive, not what you'd expect from an insurance company.
There are many good reasons to get a home security system from ADT.
We're home. This is where we live.
Some smaller than others. So it's no surprise that more Americans choose ADT to help protect their homes than any other company. We're always there with the most sophisticated technology and skilled professionals, helping to keep you safe from burglary, fire, flood, even carbon monoxide. ADT blankets your home with an invisible wall of protection. And now you can get ADT installed from just $99. Call this number or an ADT authorized dealer. You could also save up to 20% off your basic homeowner's insurance. At ADT, we give you more than a security system. We give you a feeling of security, no matter what.
Daddy's got you.
Call now and get ADT installed from just $99, plus up to 20% off your basic homeowner's insurance. ADT, always there.
This is a live picture at National Airport in Washington, D.C., where flight attendants and pilots have joined House Minority Leader Dick Gephardt, who supports legislation that would federalize security workers at airports. A lot of conservatives, though, oppose it, and they have been getting some backing from the Senate Republican whip Tom DeLay. Their concern is that a full federal takeover of airport security functions would be an unwarranted expansion of the federal government's role. It would take about 28,000 federal employees, according to some estimates. So we'll continue to follow that for you right here. 17 minutes after the hour, and there are some other new developments. We want to get you up to date on those as well. More sophisticated tests have shown that a letter received by Senate Majority Leader Tom Daschle's office contained anthrax. A portion of the Hart Senate building, including the offices of 12 senators, is closed. About 50 people are being treated as a precaution. A second mailroom worker for the supermarket tabloid The Sun has come down with anthrax. 73-year-old Ernesto Blanco had already tested positive for exposure, but doctors thought his illness was pneumonia. And a U.S. Special Forces AC-130 gunship took part in the latest airstrikes on Afghanistan. Pentagon officials tell NBC News the primary target was a military barracks near Kandahar. More AC-130s could be used today.
Speaking of those attacks, Northern Alliance Foreign Minister Dr. Abdullah says his Afghan rebel group is ready to coordinate its attacks on the Taliban with the United States. Their first target, the Taliban's military command center at Mazar-e-Sharif. I talked with Dr. Abdullah earlier today about their campaign and the future leadership of Afghanistan. Dr. Abdullah, how much contact has your leadership in the Northern Alliance had with the United States?
I would say that we do have contacts. The contacts have increased in the past few days, and they are regular, they are daily.
Can you describe for us or quantify for us the number of Taliban defections to the Northern Alliance?
So far it has been over 4,000 people altogether, 4,000 armed forces, which include like some 80 commanders, which previously were collaborating with the Taliban, and they defected and joined our forces. And it hasn't been just a defection. In some areas, they have blocked the road, the supply roads of the Taliban. So they have taken action against Taliban in that regard. There have been some defections towards Pakistan. Some of the Taliban commanders have left the battlefield and they have gone to Pakistan. So this is an ongoing process.
Dr. Abdullah, if and when the Taliban government falls, is the Northern Alliance willing to participate in a broad coalition government that would include other groups, including Pashtun factions in the south?
First of all, the United Front is consisted of different ethnic groups, including Pashtun. This is the situation at the present, at the moment. But of course, in post-Taliban era, we would try to make the future political setup of Afghanistan more inclusive, more broad-based, by including more Pashtuns from southern Afghanistan, which currently the areas are under Taliban control.
Would you be willing to accept a coalition government that would include the former king, Mohammad Zahir Shah?
I think any Afghan personality, national personality, which would like to see peace in Afghanistan prevailing, as well as willing to cooperate in giving the right of self-determination to the people of Afghanistan, is welcome, including the former king of Afghanistan, Zahir Shah.
Would you also be willing to accept United Nations peacekeeping troops there in Afghanistan for a period of time to ensure the stability of a new government?
It is not being discussed so far, but we do not rule it out. I said as there are certain amounts or elements of uncertainty about the immediate outcome of the strikes in the military operations as a whole. So we leave all options open. This is not being ruled out. This is an option. This could be considered as an option.
Dr. Abdullah, thank you very much for being with us.
You're welcome.
And still ahead, what kind of government would the Bush administration like to see in Afghanistan? Secretary Powell talked about it with a Pakistani president, and we'll have a lot more on that coming up next.
Hold on to your seats. We're going faster. Exploring farther. Growing stronger. Changing the world one breakthrough at a time. Get a front row seat into the future. Tech TV presents Tomorrow's World. Weeknights at 9:30, 8:30 Central. Only on Tech TV's Tech Prime. You're watching MSNBC.
What's coming into view around the world is a better energy partner for you. Chevron Texaco.
Everyone knows Santa Claus, but behind the magic is a massive global operation. We work with UPS to bring in raw materials, produce goods, wrapping paper, ground, overnight, international, you name it. Just this morning, I had a shipment of candy canes stuck in customs in Belgium, and one call to my UPS rep straightened the whole thing out. There have been instances where the naughty got toys and the nice got coal, but it's not going to happen on my watch.
Imagine combining the stain-fighting power of Efferdent and freshening power of Listerine. You'd get Efferdent Plus. It's extra fresh, and nothing gets your dentures cleaner. Efferdent Clean, Listerine Fresh. That's Efferdent Plus.
This is the hardest thing I've ever done. I mean, these people were like family to me. Remember I met Jeannie at the company picnic? It was the best thing that ever happened to me. Yeah, taking a new job was a tough decision. Deciding what to do with my 401k money was another. I didn't want to mess it up. I called T. Rowe Price.
Deciding how to roll over your 401k can be confusing. Everything from choosing different investment options to understanding the tax implications. Call the rollover specialists at T. Rowe Price. We can help.
You know, you told me about the mutual fund. Yeah, well, they sent me a rollover kit, you know. Took me through it step by step. Well, made it easy for you. Yeah, piece of cake.
By providing a full range of mutual fund options, we can help you create an investment plan that meets your needs.
It's going to be a good job. Yeah, it's going to be great.
T. Rowe Price, helping people invest with confidence for over 60 years. For a free rollover kit and prospectus, call the rollover specialists at 1-800-341-5591.
Secretary of State Colin Powell arriving in India earlier this morning. He'll meet with India's Prime Minister, hoping to strengthen diplomatic ties with that nation in the ongoing war against terrorism.
Now, prior to that, Secretary Powell spent time in Islamabad meeting with President of Pakistan. The talks focused on establishing a broad-based government in Afghanistan. NBC's Andrea Mitchell is traveling with the Secretary and has the details.
Colin Powell trying today to reassure a nervous ally, Pakistan's leader Pervez Musharraf. During meetings last night and again today, Musharraf argued against an open-ended war against Afghanistan.
One hopes that military objectives are achieved and the operation is short.
Musharraf is especially concerned that this rebel anti-Taliban army, the Northern Alliance, a long-standing enemy of Pakistan, will take over after the Taliban falls. Today, Powell told Musharraf that even some of the Taliban faithful could be part of a new inclusive government, as long as the regime itself is replaced.
You can't ethnically cleanse Afghanistan after this is over, but you can certainly get rid of this particular regime that has driven this country to such devastation.
Security is very tight in Pakistan because support for bin Laden and the Taliban is strong here.
We need to take deeper actions, long-term actions, to check such extremist views.
Powell also met privately with the mothers of 2 American aid workers being tried by the Taliban in Afghanistan on charges of trying to preach Christianity to Muslims.
It's hard to be optimistic, but I was encouraged after speaking with Secretary Powell, and I know he's doing all he can, and I know that the President is doing what he can also.
Powell's diplomatic challenge is to reward Pakistan with economic aid and the promise of military aid, without offending Pakistan's arch-rival, India, Powell's next stop. And as he travels to India, Pakistanis inside the disputed Indian state of Kashmir protest today against Powell and the American war in Afghanistan. Andrea Mitchell, NBC News, Islamabad.
And back in the U.S., with anthrax anxiety at an all-time high, a lot of people wondering just which nation might be behind the letters.
And some point to Iraq. Here's the Iraqi foreign minister being asked about his country's possible role.
No way that Iraq could have been the source of this anthrax.
This is my response.
Obviously a man of few words.
Short and to the point, of course, there has been no indication, at least nothing that has been revealed by the government, that it is even from abroad. We're going to obviously continue to follow the investigation. And also coming up, heightened fears of anthrax-laden letters have put many office workers in a panic. How might that change the way America does business? We'll look at it ahead.
The complete picture as America strikes back. The news with Brian Williams. Weeknights at 8, only on MSNBC.
Are you getting the best possible execution of your online trade? Unlike many other online brokers, Datex's proprietary technology routes your order automatically in an effort to get you the best available price. And it does it so quickly that if your online order is not executed within 60 seconds, the commission is waived. We also have Streamer with free streaming quotes so you can make investment decisions in real time. We give you free NASDAQ Level 2 quotes. And when you trade options, you'll find easy-to-use trading screens and one of the lowest commissions around. In fact, with Datex, any online equity trade is just $9.99. You can even trade before and after market hours.
Fund your account and get 10 free online equity trades. To apply, call toll-free 1-877-72-DATEX or visit our special website.
Datex Online. Built to trade.
Past the hour. Welcome back to MSNBC's continuing coverage of America's Strikes Back. I'm Greg Jarrett.
Good morning. I'm Chris Jansing, and we want to get you up to date on the latest developments right now. Capitol Hill police say more sophisticated tests confirm the letter sent to Senate Majority Leader Tom Daschle's office did contain anthrax. So far, no one in his office has tested positive for the disease.
Officials say the 7-month-old son of an ABC News producer is responding well to treatment after contracting a skin form of anthrax. The source remains a mystery, but the infant was in the ABC newsroom September 28th.
And U.S. bombs hit Red Cross warehouse in the Afghan capital of Kabul today during fierce daylight attacks. Red Cross officials say an Afghan security guard was slightly injured.
Anthrax attacks fears have gripped the country coast to coast, and in fact, there are plenty of people willing to take advantage of that, sadly enough.
Yeah, Attorney General Ashcroft says that the FBI has gotten about 3,000 calls warning of other attacks. He says he will prosecute anyone who calls in a false alarm. NBC's George Lewis has more now on how people are dealing with all these scares.
Anthrax infecting people at this media company in Florida, at our own NBC headquarters in Manhattan, and now at ABC News. And anthrax found at the offices of the Majority Leader of the U.S. Senate. If somebody's doing this to get media attention and to get Americans on edge, it's working.
It's just happening way too often to not be concerned.
It's a very scary thing to know that there's a possibility of the anthrax.
This is so scary because every day you have to wake up thinking, oh, am I going to get a biological disease?
Across the country, officials have to handle scores of false alarms. 300 evacuated from a truck factory in Ohio after powder spills from an envelope. 500 evacuated from a post office in Portland, Maine, when someone finds powder there. It later turns out to be baking soda. In California, this woman takes a suspicious-looking letter to her local post office. And California chiropractor Randy Wassoff swears off opening most of the letters he gets.
Unless it's something directly with my ongoing business, I'm not going to open that mail for now.
Postmaster General John Potter says it's okay to open your mail, but just be cautious.
If there's anything that looks out of place, if they see white powder, if they see dirt, what they have to do is to isolate the piece of mail, put it in a plastic bag if they have one available, thoroughly wash their hands, and then call the authorities, local law enforcement and health officials.
And this advice from New York Mayor Giuliani.
We should really say to everyone to really calm down. This is very treatable. There is no reason for anybody to be panicked by this.
Another example of the anxiety, a bogus email making the rounds on the internet, warning people to stay out of shopping malls on Halloween because of a terrorist threat. The FBI says there is no credible threat, although their offices keep getting calls from the public about it. Another example, some people in the Southwest have made a run for the border, heading to Mexico to stock up on the antibiotic Cipro, available in Mexican pharmacies without a prescription.
You really have to be careful when you start playing around with medication, and never take medicine without talking to your physician. And please, because of the scare with children, don't start experimenting on your child as a way to protect the child.
Amen, says this doctor from the Public Health Department in San Diego.
Some of these antibiotics that are being given or taken by people who are concerned about anthrax should not be taken by children at all, because they can affect teeth, they can affect other body structures, and they could cause allergic reactions.
So, don't react out of panic and hysteria, say officials, because that's what the terrorists want.
Does it make everyone nervous and unsettled? Sure. But it also ought to make us more determined to not let these folks win. These are sick, twisted people, and we can't let them win.
One reassuring thought, the Postal Service delivers 680 million pieces of mail every day. So your odds of catching a deadly disease through the mail remain extremely low. George Lewis, NBC News, Los Angeles.
Is it possible that Osama bin Laden is behind the recent anthrax letters? Well, even President Bush believes it is a possibility.
So for more on bin Laden and his al-Qaeda network, let's turn it over to NBC's chief legal correspondent Dan Abrams at our home front security desk. Dan?
Well, investigators are still trying to figure out whether there's any link between Osama bin Laden and these anthrax scares. But, whether or not he's behind it, no question, he's sort of become the arch enemy of the Western world. And yet at the same time, he seems to command the respect of thousands of followers willing to die for his cause. Joining me now to discuss the bin Laden paradox is Jeff Bartlett. He's a senior writer with Newsweek magazine and wrote about Osama bin Laden in the current issue of the magazine. Thanks very much for joining us. You talk in your article about, what it is that makes bin Laden so charismatic and attractive to people. Explain that to us.
Well, for starters, he's a very charismatic kind of figure. He's handsome. He's very good media-wise. He's very media-savvy. He's made use of not only audio tapes, but video, television. When he was kind of down and out in '96 being chased, he had been chased out of Sudan to Afghanistan. He issued a declaration of war against America, particularly American troops in the Gulf. And then after that did a series of television interviews. He did an interview with CNN, an interview with ABC. He's made terrific use from his perspective of Al Jazeera satellite television based in Qatar. And these pictures get out there, and he distributes videos, even recruitment videos that are, they're not Hollywood quality videos, but they're very appealing to people out there in that part of the world. And he's very good at tapping the kind of frustration and humiliation that people feel.
And that's what I was going to ask you about. I mean, according to your article, and this is something that we've heard about in the past as well, and that is bin Laden's ability to sort of focus on people's weaknesses. You really lay it out well in the article. Explain that to us.
Well, there are two things. One is his ability to get a wide kind of popular following, and that he does by appealing to the things that anger people in that part of the world, that frustrate them. Whether it be Israel and Israel policy, or whether it be our policy towards Iraq, whether it be the fact that we have a lot of troops in that part of the world, their own, people's own anger with their own regimes and
even if that's not really what his cause is about, right? I mean, even if his focus is slightly different, he knows what to say when.
That's right, and he focuses on what he's against, not what he's for. And when you focus on what you're against, you can get a lot of people to sign up and to say, yeah, I'm against that too. But when you start talking about what you're for, what you want to replace those regimes with, I think, he's been very careful not to talk too much about that, because most people in that part of the world do not want to live under a Taliban-style regime, that don't want to live in those kind of repressive conditions. So.
And in a way, you know, the Taliban is, you know, probably the most repressive of all of the Muslim regimes, and yet, you know, they ban televisions, and we've heard all about the various restrictions towards women. But bin Laden uses the Western world and some of the modern, you know, modern things that we use every day, computers, and as you point out, television, to get out his message.
That's right. It's a kind of a, you know, it's an irony, but he lives in a country where they ban television, but then uses television and manipulates it very well to get out his message to the people outside of Afghanistan in that region who obviously can see television.
Well, you know, very quickly, we've only got 30 seconds or so left, but, I mean, the bottom line is, are these people who he's tapping into just kind of life's losers? I mean, people who he can prey on their weaknesses, you know, who are just sort of downtrodden kind of losers.
Yeah, well, I think there are two categories again. There's the broad appeal. There are people that are, he's appealing broadly to all sorts of people, not necessarily losers, but people who are just frustrated with the situation in their home country, or frustrated with American policy and so on. That's a broad kind of appeal. Then you have the people that he brings into his network, you know, that whether they're people that sign up and train in the camps in Afghanistan, or people that he recruits abroad, whether it be in Western Europe or you know, pretty much around the globe. And those people are people, I mean, you can call them losers. Yeah, to some degree they are losers. But on another degree, you know, they're just people who are lost, confused, don't know what they're doing in the world. You know, we have those kind of people, you know, all over the place. And, you know, he simplifies things for them and says, you know what, you know, you're confused, but here, this is the way the world is. It's very simple. I'm telling you how it is, and you know, more than that, I'm giving you a mission. And he makes these people, you know, some of them, believe that they are, you know, personal agents of the God Almighty. And that's quite a powerful appeal for somebody who thinks that they're sort of the bottom of the barrel.
Well, you know, I try and be very, very specific in the words I use, choosing carefully loser. It's a broad word, but, you know, thank you for clarifying. Jeffrey Bartlett, thanks very much for joining us. A very interesting article in Newsweek magazine. Chris and Greg, back to you. All right, Dan, thanks very much. Our coverage continues after this.
Coming up, why a tiny territory bordering India and Pakistan could play a crucial role in the diplomatic buildup for the U.S.-led fight against terrorism.
Sunday on an all-new MSNBC National Geographic Explorer, the Middle East and Central Asia, a world most Americans know very little about. Now see inside as never before, through the eyes of 3 special National Geographic photographers. Assignment Egypt. Sunday at 8, only on MSNBC.
Hi, Billy Mays here for Orange Glow. Powerful cleaners that are healthy for the home. Orange Glow Wood Cleaner and Polish. It's made with pure orange oil. It's the vitamin C for the wood. It cleans, it polishes, and it protects all at the same time. Use it on any type of wood, even antiques. It makes old wood look like new. Wood dries out. Orange Glow nourishes the wood. It puts down an invisible barrier that protects your wood from water spots and stains without leaving a sticky residue. Before you reface or replace your kitchen cabinets, use Orange Glow. You do a lot of cooking. You get the grease, the splatter. It goes everywhere. Orange Glow cleans deep down the very first time. Watch this. Ordinary cleaners like this just don't cut the grease. Orange Glow is no ordinary cleaner. Look at this with my fingers. It breaks down, emulsifies the grease, the fat, the oil on contact. Great cleaners really do grow on trees. We've sold millions of our 16-ounce bottles for $20. But call now and we'll double the amount. A 32-ounce bottle for only $19.99. But I'm just getting started. If you call now, we'll include a bottle of our world-famous Orange Clean, made with pure orange oil. When you're home on the range, whether you have gas or electric, it cuts through the grease and the grime, whether it's baked on in the oven or caked on the stove. It's the healthy way to clean. You get both bottles for just $19.99. But call right now and we'll include a 32-ounce bottle of our super concentrate, enough to make a whopping 40 bottles of this powerful cleaner. It's like having a whole supermarket shelf right in one bottle. That's a huge value for just $19.99. Here's how to order.
Call and order Orange Glow, and as a special TV offer, we'll include a 22-ounce bottle of the Orange Clean Multipurpose Cleaner and a 32-ounce bottle of the Orange Clean Super Concentrate for only $19.99. Call 1-800-452-6006.
Welcome back. A U.S. Special Forces AC-130 gunship took part in the latest airstrikes on Afghanistan, also hit a Red Cross warehouse near Kabul. NBC's Nora O'Donnell joins us now live from the Pentagon with details. Nora, good morning.
Good morning, Greg. Well, there is no comment yet from the Pentagon about these reports coming out of Kabul, Afghanistan, that 2 U.S. bombs hit a Red Cross warehouse inside Kabul. Now, the officials, a spokesperson for the International Red Cross says that this was clearly a civilian target and that there was clearly a Red Cross painted on the roof of this building and that it had been hit. The Pentagon in the past has said that they are only targeting military and terrorist targets. So we will see later today what response the Pentagon has to this particular incident. There is, however, heavy bombing going on inside Afghanistan today. Officials saying that it may be some of the heaviest bombing to date. They are using some 60 warplanes in order to launch raids on Kabul as well as Kandahar, which is the spiritual stronghold as well as the military stronghold of the Taliban. This as there are new signs today that the ground war is near.
In a clear sign the U.S. military owns the skies, Air Force AC-130 gunships, which fly low and slow, attacking troops and armor, are now being used inside Afghanistan for the first time. The AC-130 is one of the most devastating weapons in the American arsenal, operated by Air Force Special Forces. And helicopter gunships, used by Special Forces operations to fast rope down to the ground, are also now in place, aboard the USS Kitty Hawk, ready to strike and begin the hunt for Osama bin Laden. Gun camera video shows laser-guided bombs blasting Taliban aircraft, surface-to-air missile sites, and a terrorist training camp run by bin Laden's al-Qaeda network.
And today there is a new moon in Afghanistan, which means tonight that it will be pitch black in Afghanistan. No light coming from the moon, which is the type of lighting that, of course, special operations teams like to work in. However, the Pentagon does not talk about any covert actions that they will be involved in. What we have heard confirmed from defense officials is that these special operations forces are now in place and ready to act when the president makes the call. Greg?
All right, NBC's Nora O'Donnell at the Pentagon. Nora, thanks. Chris?
Secretary of State Colin Powell continues his overseas visits to Pakistan and India, the two countries key allies in the war on terrorism, but they have been fighting for decades over a small territory sandwiched between their nations. Kashmir, the only predominantly Muslim province in Hindu-dominated India. In the last decade, Kashmir has seen a growing number of terrorist attacks from Islamic militants seeking to end Indian rule. India points to Pakistan for backing the attacks. Pakistan maintains it has only lent moral support to what it calls freedom fighters. Clearly, the Kashmir issue is important in U.S. alliance building. So joining me to discuss that is Philip Oldenburg, Associate Director of the South Asian Institute at Columbia University. Complicated subject. Thanks so much for being with us. You know, just yesterday, India shelled Pakistani positions in Kashmir. It was the heaviest cross-border attack that has been seen in almost a year. What does this say about how difficult a task Secretary Powell has?
It says a great deal. It says that both India and Pakistan are not going to just lie back and be quiet and make things easy for him. India in particular feels that Pakistan has been changing itself into what some called a frontline state, supporting terrorism to one now against terrorism. And they want that to make it very clear to Colin Powell that Pakistan has to be restrained in Kashmir.
Yeah, last night in India, an Army spokesman said, and I'm paraphrasing here, that the shelling was a punitive action basically for Pakistan supporting terrorist activities in Kashmir. From India's perspective, what are those terrorist activities?
Well, the terrorist activities have been going on a long time. There have been hijackings of planes, there's suicide bombings, there's ethnic cleansing of Hindus and other non-Muslims in the state. And, of course, well, those are the main terrorist activities.
And Pakistan's position on all this?
Pakistan's position is that these are freedom fighters, that Kashmir has been fighting for at least a say in what its future should be. They think it should be part of Pakistan. India thinks it should be part of India. And the Kashmiris in the valley particularly think it should be independent.
Let me play something for you from Secretary Powell. He said this before he left Pakistan.
The Kashmir issue is central to the relationship and can be resolved if all parties engage with a willingness to address their concerns in mutually acceptable ways. Issues must be resolved through peaceful political and diplomatic means, not through violence and reliance on force, but with a determined respect for human rights.
Diplomatic means over violence. What steps would need to happen for that to be achieved?
Well, there's, as usual, a difference of opinion. The Pakistanis think the Indians should stop suppressing what they see as the legitimate demands of the Kashmiri people, and the Indians feel the Pakistanis should stop supporting foreigners coming from Afghanistan, coming from Pakistan, infiltrating into Kashmir to pursue that violence. I don't think, actually, that it's been 50 years since diplomacy, quiet diplomacy, track-through diplomacy, all sorts of diplomacy has been tried, hasn't gotten very far, nor, of course, has the fighting gotten very far towards solving the problem.
Well, let's look at how all this fits into what's happening right now in terms of the U.S.-led airstrikes, because Secretary Powell did brief General Musharraf on exactly where the United States is right now, and President Bush has said repeatedly that this is going to continue, this campaign will continue as long as it takes. We heard Andrea Mitchell reporting that Musharraf told Powell, argued against basically an open-ended war. The longer it goes on, how does it increase the diplomatic difficulty in the region?
Well, the longer it goes on, the Indians are going to make stronger and stronger representations that this is a war on terrorism no matter where it is, and including war on terrorism in Kashmir, that is to say, pressure on the U.S. to twist Pakistan's arm to shut down their camps in Pakistan that support the terrorists or people and freedom fighters in Kashmir from the Pakistani point of view. So, and India will, I think, is being pushed politically because it's democracy. There's a lot of public opinion which feels that Pakistan is now slipping back into its role as the U.S. Surrogate in the region, and they don't like it. And they will provoke, I think, further conflict in order to make sure that, that this lesson is learned as far as they see it in the U.S.
Professor Philip Oldenburg from Columbia University, thanks for helping us understand some of the complexities in Kashmir. We appreciate it.
My pleasure.
And coming up, a surprising story, how Hollywood goes to war to help the Pentagon fight terrorism. We'll explain it next.
October 3rd, 1993. Mogadishu, Somalia. 18 American soldiers killed, 75 wounded.
I just remember explosions all over the place.
They were the first to battle the forces of bin Laden. Can the costly lessons learned then help us fight terrorism now? MSNBC investigates Black Hawk Down, the Somalia connection. Tonight at 9 on MSNBC.
Honey, the one thing I need you to do today is open an Ameritrade account. Okay?
He is a big boy. 6'8", 293. Ooh, he's got a player down on the field, number 81, Paul Norris. Firmer thighs, abs, and glutes. Then during the Woodrow Wilson administration.
Open a cash account and get a free 6-month premium membership to Morningstar.com. Some restrictions apply. Call 1-800-AMERITRADE.
This is the hardest thing I've ever done. I mean, these people were like family to me. Remember I met Jeannie at the company picnic?
Ah, it was the best thing ever happened to you.
Yeah, taking a new job was a tough decision.
I miss you.
Deciding what to do with my 401k money was another. I didn't want to mess it up. I called T. Rowe Price.
Deciding how to roll over your 401k can be confusing. Everything from choosing different investment options to understanding the tax implications. Call the rollover specialists at T. Rowe Price. We can help.
You know, you told me about the mutual fund.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, well, they sent me a rollover kit, you know. Took me through it step by step.
Well, made it easy for you.
Yeah, piece of cake.
By providing a full range of mutual fund options, we can help you create an investment plan that meets your needs.
It's going to be a good job.
Yeah, it's going to be great.
T. Rowe Price, helping people invest with confidence for over 60 years. For a free rollover kit and prospectus, call the rollover specialists at 1-800-341-5591.
And with some of the cranes in the foreground, that is now the tallest building in Manhattan, the Empire State Building. After the stunning footage of the terrorist attack, many people really had the same sort of surreal feeling. They say it was like watching a movie.
Yeah, in fact, all of the high-tech demolishing of tall buildings on the big screen became a really sad reality on the small screen as everyone watched it on television. So now the Pentagon thinks maybe it can learn something from Hollywood.
NBC's Roger O'Neill reports.
It had to be, so many thought, a scene right out of Hollywood.
It looked like a movie. I mean, I can't describe it any other way.
And everybody started running. I couldn't believe it. This was like a movie.
A movie it wasn't. But now the Pentagon is asking the movie makers to think up other plots, other targets, and how terrorists could carry them out.
These people are helping develop some scenarios based on putting themselves in the minds of our adversaries.
In the California resort of Marina del Rey, military planners have secretly met here 3 times with a hand-picked group of Hollywood writers, producers, and directors.
Well, the entertainment industry is known for its out-of-the-box thinking.
Former Star Trek executive Richard Lindheim says the Army turned to Hollywood for help because of its creative genius.
We always start by looking at the end. What's the goal? What do we want to accomplish? What's the image we want to deliver on the screen? And that's quite different from the military, who generally start at the other end, saying, what are the specifications that we need? What's the problem?
The Pentagon is using the resources of the Institute for Creative Thinking. With an Army contract, it's been developing virtual reality training films.
Out-of-the-box thinking has a long history of coming true. 30 years ago in Star Trek, the flip phone. In China Syndrome, the meltdown of a nuclear power plant. In both cases, in the movies, before real life. Writer-producer Stephen Cannell is an out-of-the-box thinker.
Hollywood thought tends to be rogue thought. It tends to be creative. It tends to be, you're constantly looking for something that's never been done before.
While the Pentagon is closely guarding this Hollywood list of possible targets, filmmakers say if you're going to try to change the future, you have to first imagine it. Roger O'Neill, NBC News, Los Angeles.
NBC Wednesday, part 2 of the West Wing season premiere.
We're going to write a new book, right here, right now.
In the midst of a crisis, the re-election campaign begins.
It's going to be a very close election.
And someone may be left behind.
I think it'd be a good time for me to resign.
The West Wing season premiere continues, NBC Wednesday.
Oh no, is this you fighting with your pillows night after night? Now this could be you, relaxing in pure luxurious comfort with 4 perfect every-time comfort positions, all in this one great pillow. Introducing Pillow Rest, the new patented 4-in-1 pillow. The unique patented hinge technology gives you 4 different comfort positions all in one luxurious pillow without the cost of an adjustable bed. Position 1 is the standard sleeping position. Not too hard, not too flat, just a perfect mix of support and softness. Second, the inclined sleeping position gives you an angled incline support up to 13 inches for whoever needs this extra lift for sinus or allergy drainage, snore relief, or just easier breathing. Don't get a stiff neck layering pillows. Get the perfect gradual incline support of Pillow Rest. Third, the partial upright position, which is the favorite for watching TV or reading in bed. This position gives upper back and shoulder support with a built-in headrest. The perfect position night after night. It's the ultimate in comfort and softness. Fourth, the full upright position. This position is used to provide the maximum in-back support for upright activities, including using your computer or doing paperwork in bed. So stop wrestling with multiple pillows and hard, heavy backrests that feel like bricks and can't even be washed. Treat yourself to bedtime comfort. Get the right position for you, guaranteed, or your money back. Get your Pillow Rest now. But wait, call in the next 10 minutes and get the 100% soft cotton jersey pillowcase absolutely free with order. That's a $20 value. Yours free with order. Pillow Rest. It's like getting 4 pillows in one plus a plush, soft pillowcase, all for this great low price. You deserve comfort at its best. You deserve Pillow Rest. Call now.
Have your credit card ready and call 1-800-332-1800 to order your Pillow Rest for 2 low payments of $19.95 plus shipping and handling, or send check or money order to the address on your screen. Order now and receive the bonus pillowcase absolutely free. That's 1-800-332-1800. Call today.
And that's going to do it for us this hour. Up next, Rick Sanchez.
Be sure to catch the latest on the anthrax scares on the Homefront Security Special, 4 o'clock Eastern with Dan Abrams.
And at 10 o'clock tonight, Ashley Banfield hosts A Region in Conflict live from Islamabad.
And Greg and I will see you right back here tomorrow morning.
Have a good...
Somalia, 1993. The first American soldiers to battle the forces of bin Laden.
I just remember explosions all over the place.
Can the costly lessons learned then help us fight terrorism now? MSNBC investigates Black Hawk Down, the Somalia Connection. Tonight at 9 on MSNBC.
Our fundamental commitment to the financial well-being of every one of our investors, individually, has not changed. The prudent counsel of our financial advisors in over 500 offices across America, informed by our worldwide network of resources, has not changed. The strength and dedication of all of us at Morgan Stanley has not changed and will not change.
The road to success is paved with ambition, intelligence, and desire. Except in those cases when it isn't paved at all. Navigator from Lincoln.
It's going to be a wet go of it across portions of the northeast and eastern Ohio Valley this afternoon with showers, even a thunderstorm or two around the area as well. Breezy across the northeast. Houston's looking at a pretty good deal of sunshine, and we're also looking at some clouds for the northwest. Maybe a couple of showers in Portland and Seattle, but it does look dry when you get into California.
Further tests now confirm the presence of anthrax on a letter sent to Majority Leader Tom Daschle as the anxiety surrounding the threat of anthrax in America builds. And the U.S. continues its airstrikes against Afghanistan. In Kabul, a Red Cross warehouse was apparently struck by U.S. forces.
I'm Jeannie Ohm in New York. There's been another confirmed case of anthrax, this one involving a 7-month-old boy, but investigators don't know how he got exposed to the disease.
I'm Brahima Ellis in Trenton, New Jersey, at the regional post office where some anthrax-tainted mail was postmarked, and some workers now are nervous. I'll have details.
Encouraging signs so far after an anthrax scare hits Capitol Hill. I'm Joe Johns. I'll have a live report.
And hello again, everybody, and welcome back to MSNBC's continuing coverage of America Strikes Back. I'm Rick Sanchez at noon Eastern Time, 9 a.m. Pacific, and 8:30 p.m. in Afghanistan. These are the latest developments that we've been following for you. Capitol Hill is where we begin. Police there are saying more sophisticated tests confirm a letter sent to Senate Majority Leader Tom Daschle did contain anthrax. Meantime, an official report now links between the letter sent to Daschle and one containing anthrax sent to NBC's Tom Brokaw. The official says they contain similar markings and a similar message as well, in addition to both being postmarked in Trenton, New Jersey. Officials say the 7-month-old son of an ABC News producer is responding well to treatment after contracting the skin form of anthrax. The infant visited the newsroom on September 28th, but the exact source of the anthrax still remains a mystery. And during fierce daylight attacks on Afghanistan, U.S. bombs struck a Red Cross warehouse in Kabul that contained humanitarian supplies. Red Cross officials say an Afghan security guard was slightly injured. And now let's try and catch you up on our top story, the anthrax investigation once again. Investigators are searching mailrooms and newsrooms in New York City today, and so far samples have come back negative. In Washington, D.C., tests confirm anthrax was found in Senator Daschle's office, and as a result, officials have closed 12 senators' offices as a precaution. Standing by to cover the latest on these developing stories is Jeannie Ohm outside ABC headquarters and Joe Johns at Capitol Hill. Let's begin in New York City with you, Jeannie. What do you have?
Hi, Rick. No other ABC News employees have shown any anthrax-like symptoms, but of course the concern is high after a 7-month-old son of a producer here was diagnosed with cutaneous anthrax. That's a skin form of the disease. And the reason investigators are working on the assumption that the baby may have been exposed to anthrax here at ABC News is because the mother brought her son here for a visit about 2 weeks ago, and they met with her various co-workers. And that's why investigators are talking with employees now to see who may have come in contact with the child and what that child may have been playing with. They also removed from here several items for testing to see if there are any traces of anthrax. But out here on the streets, you know, there's still a lot of young families here, and we spoke with some mothers who say while they are unnerved by it, you know, they're still going about their business. And we spoke with another family from New Hampshire, the Basseys, and they say the threat of bioterrorism is on the back of their minds.
Yeah, I do have friends that do say that they have Cipro stored away, and we do know people that claim that they have some for themselves and for us. We personally have not gone out and bought that, although I do have a lot of canned vegetables down in my basement, just in case.
Now, even though investigators don't know where the anthrax came from, they are taking precautions with the mail, as many companies are across the country. And earlier we saw some postal carriers arriving. They were wearing gloves. And ABC News is telling us that the mail is being looked at and sorted before it's being distributed in the building. Back to you, Rick.
So it seems at this point, Jeannie, they haven't found it there in the building, and they really don't know where the baby got it. Is there another building, another venue, another facility that they may be investigating as well?
That may be the case, but at this point, investigators say they are working on the assumption that the baby came in contact here. And of course, they are working on the assumption. There have been other cases at media companies, including NBC News, and that's why at this point they are focusing their investigation here at the studios.
Jeannie Ohm with the very latest there from Manhattan. We certainly appreciate it. Now, part of the Hart Senate office building is closed, so Capitol Hill police can do a precautionary sweep for anthrax as well. NBC's Joe Johns is at Capitol Hill with much more on that situation. And you know, Joe, as we usually start off this time, we should let you know that there's a couple of briefings that we're expecting, possibly one from the White House and one from the FBI director as well. And if those happen, we'll cut in and let you know about it, all right?
You bet, Rick. Authorities here at the U.S. Capitol now taking extraordinary measures to assess and limit the threat of anthrax inside the Capitol complex. Of course, after officials at Fort Detrick now confirm the substance sent to the office of Senate Leader Tom Daschle did in fact contain anthrax. Among those precautionary measures, testing over in the Hart Senate office building on the second floor, several doors and floors down from where the anthrax was discovered yesterday. Long lines forming as people wait to go pick up the swab, then into the room to get tested for anthrax. Extraordinary measures here at the United States Capitol, which will continue certainly for some time. Here is the spokesman for the U.S. Capitol Police.
Late last night, the U.S. Capitol Police was notified by Fort Detrick that the substance was in fact anthrax. And that changed the situation somewhat. Now we know that we were dealing with an actual anthrax situation. Our overall concern throughout this has been in the interest of public safety. And we are always going to err on the side of caution when it comes to a situation like this.
So a number of senators' offices obviously affected by all this, other people in the Capitol complex as well. A number of the workers being briefed today told not to worry about it as long as they get treated if they are in fact exposed. Back to you, Rick.
You can't help but wonder, Joe, all these senators not being able to get into their offices. How big of an interruption is it for them and for their staff as well? How many people, more or less, are displaced thus far?
Well, it's very difficult, and I wouldn't want to count because, for example, Tom Daschle's office, 40 to 50 people just in that office alone. We're talking about a potential large number of people affected by this. Of course, on the other hand, anything is better than getting exposed to the substance. The authorities say they don't think there's any reason for worry. Nonetheless, they're going to take these, as they call them, extraordinary measures just to make sure.
You mentioned yesterday that some of these senators have more than one office. Is that the case with not only Daschle, but several others, so they have another place to work out of in the meantime?
Yeah, well, I count about 11 different senators that are having difficulties, and there are some of them certainly who can work out of their committee offices. For example, Senator Robert Byrd is one of those affected. He can work out of his appropriations office because, of course, he's the chairman of appropriations, and so it goes. It all depends on situation, but it still is certainly going to be a big cramp for all those people who work in those other offices.
Joe Johns with the very latest from Capitol Hill. We certainly thank you, Joe. Now, investigators still don't know who sent those tainted letters, but they do know from which post office they were processed. They were postmarked Trenton, New Jersey on September 18th. One was addressed to NBC's Tom Brokaw, the other to Senate Majority Leader Tom Daschle. For the very latest on the investigation on the letters, we have NBC's Rahima Ellis standing by in Trenton. Rahima, what are postal inspectors saying thus far there?
One of the things they're telling us is that the work here is going on as usual. The FBI is involved in a rigorous investigation that is trying to track down exactly who might have sent those letters. As you point out, at least 2 of the anthrax-tainted letters were postmarked September 18th from this regional post office in Trenton, New Jersey. But again, I should tell you, the business is going on as usual, but there are some concerns among postal workers, a little nervous because of this reason. 2 postal workers, one a male maintenance employee from this facility and a female letter carrier, have showed some symptoms that may be related to anthrax. They've been tested. They're receiving medication. The test results may come in today. The medication they're getting is just as a precaution. Nonetheless, it's causing some concern among some other workers, and postal officials say that everyone who is concerned, they're having those concerns addressed.
We're giving employees talks routinely. They're getting them on a daily basis. They've been reminded of all of the precautions to take, what to look for in suspicious packages or letters, and it doesn't seem to be an issue at this point.
I'm not going to change my ways of living, or, you know, it's just giving in. So I came here for my stamps and mail a letter out because it gets out of here quicker than from any other place.
That last soundbite that you heard from a customer who's showing a little bit of defiance, but I should tell you, he also told me that he's going to be exercising some caution, maybe using a letter opener from now on to open his mail instead of just ripping it open as he might have done in the past. Also a precaution being carried out here at this regional office, and that is some workers are wearing latex gloves and they're also wearing masks, but it is not a mandatory thing. It's only being provided for them upon request. Rick?
Have we got a better sense yet of the timeline, Rahima? Trying to figure out when some of these letters were sent. How accurate is that postmark? Is a letter apt to sit around there at the post office for quite some time before it finally gets out?
Well, they're not telling us a whole lot about that, Rick, but I can say this, and that is they say that the mail here has been moving very quickly and on a steady basis. They move the mail out of here almost as quickly as they get it in. So we have to maybe assume that the mail came in on one day, postmarked on the 18th, and they got it out. But the difficulty they're going to have in all of this, Rick, is that they processed some 264,000 pieces of mail on the same day from some 46 different mail facilities, hundreds of mailboxes, and officials say from a geographical 50-square-mile area. They've got a lot of work to do.
Yeah, the post office, in other words, is a central location. Most of the letters come from many different places, right?
That is correct.
And that's obviously what's going to make it very difficult for them to try and figure that out. Rahima Ellis with that story. We certainly appreciate the information. Now, we should let you know that anxiety over anthrax has sent many people to pharmacies for an antibiotic cure-all. But stocking up on this drug is not what doctors are advising at this time. Let's tell you what it's called. You've probably heard of it before. It's called Cipro. It's made by Bayer, is used to fight anthrax as well as other serious infections and diseases, although production has increased. Some pharmacies are having problems keeping it on the shelves for those who truly need it, and doctors warn not to take the drug just as a preventative measure. And here's why. Your body may actually form some type of immunity against this antibiotic, so then it won't be as effective when you actually need it in the future. Once again, not a good idea to stock up or take Cipro, at least at this time. We will certainly continue to follow that story for you. We want to let you know that we're expecting a briefing now from the White House. Harry Fleischer is coming out, in fact, as we speak, and we'll let him take things over from here.
Good afternoon. The President this morning spoke with Australian Prime Minister Howard. The President told the Prime Minister that he appreciated Australia's commitment to help the coalition in the campaign against terrorism, and said he was looking forward to seeing the Prime Minister at the upcoming APEC meeting, for which the President will depart for Shanghai tomorrow. The President convened a meeting earlier this morning of his National Security Council, and he will depart from the White House shortly after this briefing to arrive at the Red Cross, where the President will take part in an event to help the children of Afghanistan. As you know, the Red Cross is helping to process all the money that is coming in as a result of children's contributions across America to help the children of Afghanistan. The funds raised by America's children will go to provide clothing, emergency medicine, clean water, shelter, and food for the children of Afghanistan. Following that, the President will return to the White House, and then I have one additional announcement, then I'll be happy to take questions. The President will meet with Federal Chancellor of Austria, Wolfgang Schäuble, on November 1st, 2001, to talk about bilateral issues involving the United States and Austria, as well as coalition efforts in the war against terrorism. David Gregory?
Given that three of the letters now have been traced to Trenton, New Jersey as its place of origin, has the government been able to establish a link not beyond those letters to each other, but to any of the hijackers or anyone associated with Osama bin Laden?
Federal investigators are pouring through all the evidence they have at their disposal about all these incidents of anthrax, whether it's in Boca Raton, in New York City, or elsewhere. And there's nothing definitive to report at this time. The investigation is well underway. The federal resources are committed to it, but there's no indication of anything I can point to at this time.
So we've got a major focus of the investigation now is establishing links between bin Laden or others who are operating here?
The investigators will be on the lookout for the source of the anthrax that was put in the mail, and they will make any determinations they can about who was behind that, where it came from, whether there are any links among the various incidents, and whether or not there's any foreign involvement. All of that is being actively looked at.
All
right. Helen?
Harry, there's a dispatch from Islamabad. It says that a so-called moderate Taliban member, official, has asked for a bombing pause of 2 days so that they can persuade, the moderates can persuade the hardline Omar to turn over bin Laden. Is there such a thing in the works? Have they talked to Powell? Have you heard anything at the White House?
I think the President addressed that in its entirety when he returned from Camp David on Sunday, when he said there will be no negotiations. The military campaign remains underway, the financial campaign remains underway, the diplomatic, the political, and...
Why not any negotiations? Everything is negotiated eventually.
Because
and why not a ceasefire for a couple of days?
Because that's not what the President announced to the American people in his speech to the Congress. The President is not pursuing such a course because he does not think it would be constructive. The President has given the Taliban government ample time to respond. The President made it perfectly plain about what actions the Taliban needed to take in order to avoid the fate that they have chosen for themselves. They had plenty of time. They chose not to act.
This is a possible opening.
The President does not view it as such.
All right, if I could follow up on David's question. Given that there are anthrax attacks confirmed now in Florida, New York, Washington, D.C., post offices in New Jersey and Florida, where al-Qaeda cells that committed the hijacking were known to operate, given the scale of this, isn't the administration leaning toward at all the notion that this is not some kind of lone American crazy, but that there would be foreign involvement connected to September 11th?
The administration is suspicious. The administration is suspicious about whether or not there are or not any such links, and that is being actively reviewed and looked at. But again, there is no hard evidence, but there remains an issue that the administration is taking a good hard look at.
Is there a policy in place perhaps before September 11th about any nation or group which would cross the line of using biological weapons? Is there any policy of what the U.S. response would be?
Terry, I'm not going to speculate about what a reaction would be to a foreign nation that did this because we don't have any such evidence at this time. Suffice it to say, the President has taken action to defend our country and will continue to do so. Major?
Sorry, the anthrax found at the personal office of Tom Daschle has been described as, quote, not amateurish, suggestion that it is, say, of a particularly pure or powerful nature. Given that and other attacks, is it now clear the United States is subject to bioterrorism? You were reluctant to describe that yesterday. Will you now confirm, and should the American public now assume, that bioterrorism happening within the United States?
You know, that's a determination that will be made by the appropriate law enforcement officials. The line between whether this is merely criminal or terrorist is something that often involves whether or not a foreign nation is involved or whether or not it's cells of any type of foreign nation or terrorist group operating in this country. All that is under investigation right now, and I'm not going to get ahead of that story.
How does it not reach the threshold based on what you know so far? What's missing? What could possibly be missing from that equation?
The determination of who is behind it, and that has not been determined at this time.
But Secretary Thompson said clearly people feel terrorized. There is anthrax in the mail. Therefore, it's bioterrorism.
Again, I think the investigation is well underway to determine the source of these mailings, and I'm not going to go beyond that. Jacobo?
Yes, Congress has taken steps to protect the mail, and I think they've suspended the delivery of mail. The White House gets a lot of mail. What steps has the White House taken to protect the mail, and what other measures has the White House taken in lieu of these anthrax outbreaks?
Well, unfortunately, well before September 11th, the White House had security systems well in place. And the reason I say unfortunately is because the White House, obviously, unique among government agencies, has precautions, security precautions that exceed most other federal agencies, if not all federal agencies. A reflection of the fact that the entire executive branch is the person of one person, the president. And so there had been a series of protections that were in place at the White House prior to September 11th. Suffice it to say, as many of you can witness being around here, security has beefed up even more since September 11th took place. That includes the mail that the White House receives. So there have been a series of precautions put in place that put the White House in a different spot, a more protective spot.
On the anthrax itself that was contained in these letters, is there anything to suggest it might have been the type of anthrax stores that a laboratory might hold for research that got booted out the back door? Or is there any evidence that this was the sort of anthrax that had been worked up into a weapon of bioterror?
The source of the anthrax is being investigated right now, where it possibly could have come from. So that's the only answer I can give you. They're trying to determine where it is. Helen asked me this morning earlier about a question about whether it came from any government stockpiles, such of that nature. I just want to remind you that the United States has no anthrax for offensive purposes as such. It was all destroyed as a part of the Biological Weapons Convention, to which the United States is a signatory. So any other supplies that may be available for bio-defense purposes are all accounted for.
Statement, you said you had nothing definitive. Sounds like you have something.
Nothing definitive, which statement?
You said nothing definitive on the cause and the linkage and so forth.
It's all under investigation. Keep in mind, the package that was received by Senator Daschle, for example, yesterday, came in just 24 hours ago. The investigation has just begun. I don't think it would surprise anybody that at this point in investigation there is nothing to declare. Everybody in the FBI, all appropriate law enforcement agencies, including local, are reviewing the information for sources. That's putting it lightly, Helen. John, and then...
Have any of the investigators told you whether the spores were kind of clumped together in these little clumps, or whether they were in the fine powder that they would be manufactured in for use in a weapon?
It's all being investigated, John, and remarks like that or answers like that will come from the appropriate investigative authorities in due course.
And Ari, the investigation extends, since you've just said that our biodefense stockpiles are all accounted for. Does this investigation then extend overseas? Are we in contact with Russia, which had a major bioweapons program, not all of which can be accounted for? Do you know if we're in touch with Russian officials on this?
I'd have to ask with specificity about any diplomatic contacts of that nature. Steve?
Foresee a role for the Taliban in a post-war Afghanistan. Apparently Secretary Powell has been saying that over there in Pakistan.
I think that's a little bit of an over-characterization of what the Secretary said, and I've read the transcript of the news conference that he had with President Musharraf. But the President has made it very plain in the Afghanistan declaratory policy that the United States will work with those who would seek a peaceful, economically developing Afghanistan that is free from terrorism. And that will be a broad-based group. I think beyond that, it's too early to say exactly who will be in, who will not be in. That's going to be something the President has indicated he wants to work with the United Nations as a part of. Suffice it to say, it will be broad-based. Elizabeth?
Given that the President is speaking at the Red Cross this afternoon, does he have any reaction to the bombing of the Red Cross warehouse in Kabul?
That's a matter that the Department of Defense is taking a look at right now and has not yet been confirmed.
The International Red Cross says that it happened, and how do you square that with confirmation from the Red Cross with the President's very personal plea to the children of America to help buy supplies, the very same supplies destroyed over
As I
in
indicated, the
Kabul?
Department of Defense is taking a look at this right now to determine what the source could have been. And as I remind you that in a case like this, until information comes in that is determinative or final, it's hard to say whether something was a result of anti-aircraft weaponry that was shot from the ground, other weapons that were shot from the ground that came back down, or whether or not it was coalition efforts. And that's why the Department of Defense reviews these matters carefully and takes it seriously.
Does the President have enough information by the time he sees
Graham,
the
who's
230?
the chairman of the Senate Intelligence Committee, has said that he has information that the United States is very close to getting bin Laden, either killing him or capturing him. Is this a view that is shared in the White House?
Well, again, that gets into operational areas, and I'm not going to discuss operational areas.
Is he speaking out of school as a recipient of intelligence?
I think I would want to see exactly what he said, how he said it, before I can characterize what somebody said and something that I'm hearing about for the first time today. Of course I do.
Treasury Secretary O'Neill said yesterday, he indicated that the stimulus package that the Republicans are pushing in the House is too big. Is that also the President's position?
Well, the President said that what we need to do is have a stimulus that can help get the economy going without having any adverse impact on long-term interest rates, and that's what the President supports. The President identified a number as scored by the Department of Treasury between $60 and $75 billion. As you know, Keith, better than many, there often are a difference in the scoring conventions used by the Joint Committee on Taxation, the congressional entity, and the Department of Treasury here in the executive branch. And so often when you take a look at a similar proposal, it's somehow scored differently by both entities. So the President is very pleased with the actions that the House Ways and Means Committee has taken and Chairman Thomas's leadership. He looks forward to the vote on the floor and hopes that this will pass. He's confident at the end the bill that emerges from the conference will indeed be a stimulus that can get bipartisan support that will help get the economy going, will fit into the description he described. Big enough to provide a boost for the economy, but not so big that it has any impact on long-term rates.
So since the House bill is bigger than $75 billion, is it safe to assume that the President also thinks that that's too big? It may have an effect on long-term
No, I
interest
think
rates?
it's safe to say that the President understands it's the beginning of a process, and he's going to want to continue to work closely with Democrats and Republicans to successfully complete the process.
All right, what does the President want to see taken out during the conference committee? You keep saying that, you know, it'll go to conference and come out in the end okay. What do you hope will be taken out?
Well, I think at this point it's important to let Congress do its work. The House Ways and Means Committee just passed it on Monday. It's scheduled for a vote on the floor of the House perhaps as early as Thursday. And then it's important to let the Senate do its work. And very often the most helpful way to be successful and bipartisan is to be respectful of each the Senate and the House's prerogatives and wait till it gets to conference and then work shoulder to shoulder, bipartisan at conference.
You're giving no instructions to the Senate what the President would like to see in
The
that?
Senate is very well aware of the proposal the President made, which is scored by the Department of Treasury, stimulus that costs between $60 and $75 billion. That would include such bipartisan ideas as expensing, as elimination of the corporate alternative minimum tax, as acceleration of the existing tax cuts that are in law, as well as rebates, which score in many ways as a spending program for people who did not pay income taxes.
All right.
Major.
All right. You said earlier to us this morning that when federal officials speak about anthrax, they should speak accurately. Are you in any way indicating that to date that hasn't always occurred? And is the President himself feeling a particular burden to help the nation deal with what is becoming a rising level of anxiety about anthrax?
No, when I said that, I'm saying it because everybody should speak accurately in all that they do. It's worth noting that in the developments of this anthrax story, I've seen a wide discrepancy in the media about how many people, for example, have been exposed. I've seen reports in the media that people were hospitalized with anthrax when they never were. So it's a particularly important job for the federal government, and I speak for the President and for agencies in the government to some degree, to make certain that the information they have is considered and is accurate before rushing to report it.
Does he feel any particular burden to help country deal with what is becoming a rather anxious situation, not just with the war, not just with the general threat of terrorism, but with anthrax specifically?
Well, if you recall in the remarks the President made last, I believe it was Friday, at the Hispanic Heritage event in the East Room, the President addressed the topic of anthrax when it came to light that an employee at NBC News had been diagnosed with exposure to anthrax. And
Try and work the country through this day by day?
I think you've heard the President speak about this before, and you'll hear him speak about it in the future, of course.
The President's going to be out of Washington for 6 days and out of the country for the first time since September 11th. A lot of Americans are wondering, is it safe for him to be that far away for that length of time, and is it a good idea?
Let me take that in both parts. One, the President has absolute faith in the Secret Service to secure his safety. Presidents before have traveled to places that were dangerous, and then Shanghai certainly does not fit that description. So the President has absolute confidence in the ability of the Secret Service to protect his safety at all times. As for being out of the country, I just remind you the communications available to the President is second to none. He will be in frequent contact with everybody he needs to be in contact with throughout this issue. I anticipate he'll be having lots of updates and phone calls, and he'll be able to give direction from the road just as he would from the White House. But even beyond that, the President continues to be concerned about the strength of the United States economy. Even during this time of war, it's important to keep an eye domestically on issues that matter. And the ability of the United States and our allies to engage in free trade, which helps create high-paying jobs at home for Americans, and also to help developing economies of the world so they can grow richer and prosper, creating jobs and security for their own people, is in the American interest at all times, in war and in peace. So the President does see important domestic goals to be achieved through this conference, which will bring together some 21 leaders from across the globe as part of the Asian Pacific Economic Council, and that's why he's heading off to this meeting. Mark, follow.
He doesn't see any limits on his ability to give commands in a time of war from the other side of the world.
Absolutely not. Telephones work. Connie?
Does the President have any reaction to the violent demonstrations, anti-American demonstrations in Indonesia, Pakistan, other parts of the world, and is that likely to change his policy in any way?
Well, as you've heard the President say before, he understands people throughout the world have the right to demonstrate and to have their voices heard. But I think it's worth keeping these protests in context. Pakistan is a nation of 150 million people, and the protests have numbered in the thousands. And with each day, it seems that there are less people in the streets, not more. I remind you that when the President has traveled around Europe, for example, after he left Gothenburg, where there was an EU summit, the President was already in Poland, and there were more protesters at that EU meeting than there were in some of these protests that we've seen in the Middle East. So I don't think that was an indication that the European governments, for example, had a majority of their populations against them. Hard to say that. Similarly, in a nation of 150 million people, when the protests do number in the thousands, I think it's also fair to say and to ask, is there a majority that is silent on this matter? So you have pictures, of course, that I've seen on the air of these protests. Pictures often get on the air easier than the broader context does. Ellen?
Where is the Vice President going to be during the President's trip?
I'll have to get an answer to that with specificity, whether it's at the White House or some other secure location. I don't know. The Vice President's office would probably be the fastest way to get that. Paula?
On the stimulus package, you said earlier the Senate understands the components the President laid out, but according to Senator Daschle, one of the other understandings at that initial meeting was that these tax cuts should be temporary and not permanent. Does the White House believe the tax cuts should be permanent or temporary in order to stimulate the economy?
Well, obviously with some of them, for example, the tax rate reductions that are already part of the law, those are by definition permanent. They were agreed to by Congress earlier this year and signed by the President. So when you talk about accelerating them from 2006 to 2004 or 2003, or 2002, I'm sorry, that doesn't really fall within that definition. It's something permanent that's being accelerated.
Corporate investments, in order to, if you have an open-ended window, the argument is then there's no,
Well, let me put it this way. One, a lot of those ideas are bipartisan. Expensing is something that has been suggested to the President by a number of Democrats. But the President wants to make certain that the package has a short-term effect on the economy to give it a boost so that the fiscal impact will be measured short-term and not have any type of longer larger long-term implications. I mean, we're going to new people here. Ken?
Have any permanent...
You said a little while ago that you didn't want to speculate on our reaction to any, if it were discovered that any particular state had been the source of this anthrax, because we don't know the source of it. Let me ask you a policy question. In 1991, the first Bush administration issued a very specific warning to Iraq that if the Iraqis used any chemical or biological weapons on U.S. forces, U.S. targets, or U.S. allies, we would respond with weapons of mass destruction. Does that still stand as U.S. policy?
I answered the question by saying that the President has said the United States will defend itself.
You talked about the Senate trimming back the stimulus package to $75 billion as you proposed. Can you say that's what your message is going to be tomorrow morning clearly? Because you're sort of talking out of two sides.
Well, again, you're really...
On the WTO ministerial meeting, does the administration have a position on possibly moving it to Singapore or Geneva?
On the first of the two very related questions, on the first part of it, you really now are getting deep into the weeds of scoring conventions between the Department of Revenue Analysis, I think is the technical name, at the Department of Treasury, and the Joint Committee on Taxation in the Congress. And this is not a surprise. Very often, both entities take a look at the exact identical proposal and come out with a different analysis of how much it costs would be. And so the proposal that the President made, taking a look at by the Department of Treasury, fit into the President's parameters. The proposal that was received on the Hill was scored differently by the JCT. In addition, the items passed by the Ways and Means Committee included several items that the President did not propose. But again, this is the beginning of the process. This should surprise nobody who's watched Capitol Hill before. The process has just started, and that's how you can get it to a conference where a successful end can come. If they never started, there wouldn't be a stimulus. The fact that they started is very healthy. On the second question, the WTO has been discussing very actively the site for its next meeting. The government of Qatar has done a superb job in preparing for the meeting that is scheduled in November in Qatar. The United States intends to show up wherever that meeting is because of the importance of securing another round of free trade throughout the world. So this is a decision that the WTO will make as far as its exact location. It very well may end up being where it's scheduled to be, but in all cases, the United States will be there. Okay, Ross?
Reports coming out of Boston today that doctors are going to pharmacies and basically clearing the shelves of Cipro and other antibiotics, not for their patients, but for their own families. If the caregivers are not feeling secure about the threat of bioterrorism, isn't it incumbent upon the President to say something, especially before he leaves the country tomorrow, to tell people whether or not they should be panicking? There is panic in the country about that.
Well, first of all, the supply is plentiful, and Secretary Thompson has made that clear. The United States government has some 2 million antibiotics available in the case of treating anthrax symptoms, and if you take a look at what's happened now, you've seen at most several thousand people, at most, who have even been tested for possible exposure out of a supply of some 2 million. And so health professionals have told people that they're coming in that there is no need to take this unless there has been an exposure, and as you know, there have been very few places where there's been any type of confirmed exposures. So, let's go. Go ahead.
Sorry, can you talk about what the volume of mail response is to the White House, the President's request that children send in the dollars to the children in Afghanistan? And also, is there any concern at the White House that the President solicited this mass mailing right before we have all these concerns about what's in the mail?
Okay. On the answer to the numbers, this morning when I was briefed on this, as of yesterday afternoon, the White House had received some 8,000 pieces of correspondence addressed to the children of Afghanistan, and then by 9:15 this morning it had been up to 18,000. So obviously it's coming in, and the President is very pleased to note that. We'll have updated numbers, of course, throughout the process. As for the security arrangements, all that is being considered, of course, so that any questions like that will be fully addressed. April?
In relation to that question, many critics are wondering, how can the President ask for children to send money for the Afghanistan children when many children at the World Trade Center still have not, well, children of the victims of the World Trade Center still have not received funding yet because of the loss of a parent? And also, the White House pretty much is a place unto itself, as far as security with, you know, the metal and organic detectors for the mail. What about at the post office, the main post offices in certain states or in every state that have some type of sophisticated system, because this is going on, to do what the White House is doing?
Well, I heard Mayor Giuliani say this yesterday, and I think it's sage, that across the United States every day, the volume of the mail sent compared to what is happening here, you can't even compare. I mean, what's happened here is you've had, in the case of Boca Raton, NBC, Senator Daschle's office, 3 confirmed instances of something being apparently either mailed or dropped off. It's not clear whether it was mailed or dropped off in all cases. Billions of pieces of mail move across this country on a regular basis, and I don't recall if that's over a day period or a year period. So there clearly, based on everything we know, is no need to take that type of step. It has to be kept in perspective, and every precaution is being taken. I think people are hearing about what to do if they receive something they believe is suspicious, types of activities they should engage in as far as putting it down immediately, calling 911. Federal law enforcement authorities or the postal inspector will come, will take care of it. They're trained to take care of it. That's the proper response.
What about the Afghan situation?
Yeah, to compare the plight of the children of Afghanistan to people who are blessed to live in this country, even those whose lives have been affected by the attack on our country, really is not equal. The children of Afghanistan have no food, or they have barely any food. It's been taken away from them by the Taliban. Children of Afghanistan don't have access to medicine. They often don't have access to blankets and to clothing. And that's what this is aimed at. The families of those who have been affected by the attacks from New York have suffered a tragedy in human terms and in family terms that has touched everybody in this country. But you can't compare the resources available to help those families to the resources available to help the children of Afghanistan. Help is available for both in different measures, and the President thinks it's entirely fitting the traditions of our country to have the children of America help the children of Afghanistan. We'll also help our home here as well.
Going back to Secretary Powell's statement from Pakistan today, from your remarks from the podium, are you trying to distance the White House and the President from what Powell said today? Secondly, isn't it irregular for the United States Cabinet Officer, particularly Secretary of State, to talk about including an organization in any kind of government that we are now at war with?
Well, again, let me just cite to you what the Secretary said in his remarks in Pakistan this morning. In our discussions, there was no doubt that both their common goal is seeing that the post-Taliban government in Kabul would be one that represented all the people of Afghanistan, would be a regime that obviously would be friendly to all its neighbors, would include including Pakistan. So that's what the Secretary said, and that's perfectly consistent with the President's Afghanistan declaratory policy, of course.
That the organization of the factory, which is the largest ethnic organization, is the Taliban.
Well, there are elements of the Pashtun that are in the Taliban, but I don't think it's accurate to say, I know it's not accurate to say, that all the Pashtun are Taliban.
What were you objecting to?
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Or in addition to the APEC agenda you've spoken to earlier, the President has a chance in Shanghai, obviously, to meet with a lot of his coalition partners. Can you say something about...
We're going to flip out of one news conference and dip into another one. This is the Attorney General at the Department of Justice, and he's going to be there with the FBI
American
Director as
people
well.
have been asked to balance a difficult set of realities. We've asked Americans to go about their lives with a new sense of awareness of the danger that terrorism brings to us, a danger which continues to darken America. We have encouraged Americans to be active but vigilant, calm but alert. We're extremely gratified with the response that we've seen from the people. Overwhelmingly, Americans have responded to the reality of terrorism with both understanding and responsibility. A few isolated individuals, however, have seen fit to compound the concerns of America and of Americans by perpetrating false threats of anthrax attacks. These acts are serious violations of the law and grotesque transgressions of the public trust. False terrorist threats tax the resources of an already overburdened enforcement system and a public health system. They create illegitimate alarm in a time of legitimate concern. Terrorism hoaxes are not victimless crimes, but are the destructive acts of cowards. The Department of Justice will prosecute and punish with the full force of our laws those who issue false anthrax threats or any other form of terrorist threat. Yesterday, the United States Attorney for the District of Connecticut charged Joseph Ferrignars of Coventry, Connecticut, with intentionally making false statements to a federal agent in connection with an anthrax hoax. On October the 11th, an employee of the Connecticut Department of Environmental Protection found a powdery substance on a sheet of paper with the misspelled word anthrax next to his workstation. The complaint charges that Ferrignars knew the incident was a hoax, but reportedly stood by silent as 800 employees were evacuated and 12 employees were forced to disrobe and be washed down with a decontamination solution. The complaint further charges that Ferrignars lied to FBI agents repeatedly and attempted falsely to implicate two of his co-workers before confessing to knowledge of the hoax. As this case demonstrates, false threats of anthrax and other terrorist attacks carry high costs for consumers and taxpayers. Officials of the Connecticut Department of Environmental Protection report that the two-day evacuation of their facilities necessitated by this hoax may cost taxpayers up to $1.5 million. The government has not yet calculated the expense involved in the response by state, local, and law enforcement officers. Now, if Ferrignars is convicted for the crimes for which and with which he has been charged, he could face a maximum sentence of up to 5 years in prison and a fine of up to twice the gross loss to the victims, in this case potentially up to $3 million. We are currently working with state and local officials in other parts of the country to prosecute additional anthrax hoax cases. It should be painfully obvious to every American today that the threat of bioterrorism is no joking matter. For the victims and emergency personnel who are called on to respond, every threat of terrorism is real. The perpetrators of terrorist hoaxes should know that the penalties for their crimes are real as well. Like the American people, the Department of Justice takes these offenses seriously. We will find the perpetrators of anthrax hoaxes, we will prosecute the offenders, and we will punish the guilty for their crimes.
Good afternoon. This afternoon I want to spend a few moments at the outset talking about the anthrax issue. As most of you know, the FBI is investigating anthrax exposures and suspected anthrax exposures in Florida, in New York, here in Washington, D.C., and elsewhere around the country where such exposures have been reported. Every threat is taken seriously. Every threat receives a full response. We have no choice but to assume that each reported instance is an actual bio-threat. And while organized terrorism has not been ruled out, so far we have found no direct link to organized terrorism. There are, however, certain similarities between letters sent to NBC in New York and to Senator Daschle's office here in Washington. And we are now testing, analyzing, and comparing powders from these letters to each other and to what we know from Florida. And I should point out that the tests are being done under the auspices of the Center for Disease Control, CDC. Since October 1, the FBI has received more than 2,300 incidents or suspected incidents involving anthrax or other dangerous agents. And as all of you know, an overwhelming majority of these incidents have been false alarms or practical jokes. Nonetheless, the FBI will devote whatever resources are necessary to investigate each of these situations. However, I I want to reiterate the comments of the Attorney General. Hoaxes, pranks, and threats involving chemical or biological agents are serious crimes and warrant a serious response. They will be investigated thoroughly and vigorously by special agents of the FBI, by the postal authorities, by local authorities, and by other law enforcement. As the indictment discussed today makes clear, individuals who attempt to prey on people's or persons' fears or even to pull a prank will pay a price. In addition to the price that they are paying, they should know that they are squandering millions of dollars in public health and law enforcement resources that could be better spent in responding to actual terrorist acts. And more importantly, they are taking manpower and time away from individuals who could be ensuring that there are no future terrorist acts. As incidents arise, we are working closely with the Centers for Disease Control, with city and state public health officials, and with a host of federal, state, and local law enforcement authorities. We greatly appreciate the help and expertise. FBI investigators and specially trained scientists, public safety officers, and hazardous materials response experts are being called upon as needed, whether they be at the federal government level or the state or the local level. We are making a concerted and coordinated effort to keep state and local law enforcement authorities informed and involved. And quite obviously, their skills and expertise are top-notch, and we need their help. Thank you, and I believe that the Attorney General and I would be happy to take some questions.
What are the similarities that were found in the two letters, please?
There are similarities of handwriting at this point, but the letters are being analyzed still, and to draw a final conclusion would be premature to draw a final conclusion.
Director, that similar postmark of ours. Director of the AG, when you say so far we haven't found any link to organized terror, what you're saying is so far you haven't found any link to the believed perpetrators of the September 11th attack.
I think, let me see if I can clarify at least my understanding here. Anytime someone sends anthrax through the mail, it's an act of terror. It's terrorism. And we treat it as an act of terror and terrorism. But while we have not ruled out linkage to the terrorist attack of September 11th or the perpetrators of that attack, we do not have conclusive evidence that would provide a basis for our conclusion that it is a part of that terrorist endeavor. But make no mistake about it, when people send anthrax through the mail to hurt people and to invoke terror, it's a terrorist act.
Have you identified any of the strains of anthrax in any of these cases, and are there any similarities, or are they the same or different?
The CDC is in the process of evaluating the samples that were taken from New York and from D.C., Senator Daschle's office, as well as from Florida, and to discuss at this point any similarities would be premature because those tests have not been concluded. Yes?
We've been hearing signs of tension in New York between the city officials and the FBI. Are you confident that the FBI's response in New York has been all it could be?
I think there were missteps at the outset. I do not think that in any way that affected the investigation. We did not, as quickly as we would have liked, analyzed an initial specimen from a letter that turned out to be negative and not positive for anthrax. In the wake of that, we have given direction to each office that regardless of what we may think the threat should be or may be, to move quickly to make certain that some authority, whether it be state, local or federal authority analyze it. I do not believe that that initial misstep in any way adversely affected the investigation. Other than that, I can think of no other area where there is tension between ourselves and the state and local authorities in New York.
May I just add a comment there? I want to commend the director for the constructive way in which he has addressed this situation. There was this situation where an early letter with an early suspicious substance wasn't communicated to the lab as quickly as it might have been, in part because the person responsible was at ground zero of the terrorist situation. And when this information was developed, the director indicated to the New York office they should share this information with the media, share it openly, and indicate that we're learning as we go forward. Great organizations are organizations that know how to learn in the process of their activities to improve, and I commend the Bureau and the director. And I am in contact regularly with individuals in the New York community, and I believe our working relationship is very strong. And I appreciate that fact, and I'm grateful for the kind of communication that we have.
Let me just finish up with one thing on that. It was reported that it's set for a period of time. It was set for, it was not tested for 3 days. 3 days was too long. And this occurred before we had the incident in Florida. So it was treated as an ordinary, what prior to the incident occurring in Florida, where we found positive anthrax, it had been, unfortunately, treated as yet another one that we've had over a number of years. So that's just to put that in context. Somebody else had a question?
Has the threat diminished at all since your warning from last week?
The threat, since the warning of last week, the threats have not diminished. However, when we issued the warning last week, it was with a specific time parameter. We are still within that time parameter, although, as I think you all know now, it was without any specificity as to target or mechanism whereby the terrorist attack would be carried out. But because it was specific with regard to time, it was our belief that federal, state, and local law enforcement should be on a higher state of alert, and we remain on a higher state of alert. Quite obviously, the incidence of anthrax exposures in the last couple of days warrant such a continued state of alert.
Some people have said that because of the public health implications here, that this is not like other investigations, criminal investigations. So there's such an important preventive aspect to this, that the government's information flow needs to be faster to give more assurance to the public. Are you satisfied with the way that the government has provided information, and could it, on the investigative front, be a little swifter and more complete in order to give more assurance to the public?
Well, let me first confirm the fact that prevention sometimes requires a different conduct on the part of an agency than prosecution does. And we've had to reorient ourselves in the context of terrorism to understand that prevention is our top priority. And I believe we're doing that well. We have as the director mentioned, we've been doing a couple hundred cases a year on anthrax for quite some time. But in this context, we are sharing information, but it is very important that we share accurate information. And that we don't misinterpret sometimes preliminary indications or leap to conclusions that are inappropriate. But for prevention purposes, we have to get information to law enforcement agencies and to prevention responsible institutions at the earliest possible time. And in that event, we err on the side of sharing information. For prosecution purposes, there are different standards that are used. And this is an important understanding that we have had to bring into our culture, which we really previously hadn't felt, and that's the necessity for the priority of prevention, which requires sharing information aggressively. We make sure the information is good. There's nothing that would destabilize or otherwise erode our capacity to serve well like information that was unreliable. So we try to make sure we develop the highest possible reliability. Yes, sir. Yes.
Can you bring us up to speed on the investigation, the number of people currently under arrest, and can you tell us whether anyone currently under arrest has if there's any evidence directly linking them to bin Laden or to al-Qaeda?
Well, I can't tell you the exact number of individuals under detention for a variety of reasons. As we have said before, in the course of the investigation, individuals have been detained where they have been interviewed and found to be out of status with with the Immigration Service, which warrants detention. They are here out of status, and deportation procedures will have been started. There are a handful of individuals who have been detained on material witness warrants. Now, I'll make the point again that where an individual is detained on a material witness warrant, that material witness warrant has been issued by a judge, and the proceedings go forward under the authority of the judge, and the individual is accorded counsel. The last category where there have been arrests within the United States are where an individual who we sought in the investigation has found to have been in violation of either local, state, or federal laws and has been arrested on those outstanding charges. Now, around the country, around the world, there have also been detentions and arrests by a number of countries with whom we are working. And of course, I don't have the exact numbers there.
My second question was on any links with the people arrested in this country detained, links to al-Qaeda or to bin Laden?
I think it is not appropriate at this point to discuss what we have come across in the investigation with regard to that which may be considered evidence.
General Ashcroft, you're meeting later today with Arab American leaders. Can you tell us along those lines how you plan to address and answer concerns about treatment of some of the 700 who are in custody, about access to lawyers, about adequate facilities and time for prayer, concerns that have now come up in the last few days?
Well, we have, first of all, detained only individuals who are in violation of the law, are illegally in the country, or are being detained as a result of a court-ordered material witness warrant. Secondly, each person detained has been accorded a right to counsel, so that those who have been detained are being given rights, and those rights are accorded. Thirdly, I would be happy to hear from individuals if there are any alleged abuses of individuals, because that is not the way we do business. We are aggressive in detaining those who have violated the law and those who are illegally in this country and are associated with or have been involved with terrorist groups or are sympathetic to terrorist groups. But we will respect the constitutional rights, and we will respect the dignity of individuals. I might just add that I am pleased to meet with the group of both Sikh Americans and Arab Americans and Muslim Americans, and to assure them that it is the policy of the Justice Department to enforce laws that would guarantee that Americans, regardless of their national origin, are to be respected, and their rights are to be safeguarded. Together with the FBI, and pleased always to work with the director, we are in the process of working on about 170 cases where there has been discrimination alleged in one way or another that relates to members of these communities. We are pursuing these cases aggressively, as we have indicated in other opportunities we've had to speak with you and discuss these cases. and I will be pleased to have their suggestions for other ways in which we can help provide a basis for the public's understanding that all Americans are to be respected and accorded the kind of dignity and integrity of their persons, and that any who infringe that, undermine and erode a clear policy of this administration. Last, I would, and not least, of course, I would commend the President of the United States for his strong encouragement of these values being reflected in what we do, and thank the Director for his clear statements and his aggressive prioritizing of the rights of Americans in this respect, and I'm pleased to have joined them in that regard. Thank you all very much.
And there you have it. As we conclude this news conference from the Department of Justice, we did learn, I do believe for the very first time, that there is now a similarity, at least in handwriting, between the letters that were sent from Trenton, New Jersey to both NBC News and the one yesterday to Senate Majority Leader Tom Daschle. It's the first time that we've heard a confirmation of that. And we also were told that there is no direct link to organized terrorism or the terrorists involved in the September 11th attack. And John Ashcroft also said he's very serious about these hoaxes that we've been hearing about across the country. He says they are destructive acts of cowards and that they will be punished with the full force of the law. We will certainly have more for you right here on MSNBC.
Only on NBC News, the Terrorism Task Force.
The Pentagon is still struggling. No negotiations with the Taliban.
Using the global resources of NBC News.
Investigators pass on any information they get about...
It's a complicated trail to follow.
Follow the investigation with the Terrorism Task Force. Only on NBC News.
Why are so many people switching to IDT long distance? 5 cents. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you for joining IDT. Enjoy the savings.
Because we offer the simplest low-cost long-distance plan available. Just 5 cents a minute, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, for every state-to-state long-distance call you make. We don't waste money on celebrities and gimmicks. We just offer the best long-distance available at the lowest possible price. Just 5 cents a minute, all day long, every single day of the week. And IDT has 6-second billing, so you never get charged for time you don't use. No complicated billing plans with rates that change depending on the time of day. No prepayments for time you may lose, and no annoying 1010 numbers to dial. Just the best long distance available at the lowest possible price. For real savings in the real world, call IDT right now. We're waiting for your call.
5 cents a minute, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. IDT long distance. No one does it for less.
The stock market. A year ago, it was how high is high. Now everyone's asking where's the bottom. Janice has gotten through tough times the same way we've gotten ahead, picking stocks one at a time, looking for opportunities for over 30 years. Janice is looking right now to be in the right place when a downturn turns into a better day. Get there. Janice Mutual Funds.
Is it 516 or 932nd? Does it take a standard socket or metric? What you need is the Gator Grip, the amazing socket that works on over 1,000 nuts, bolts, and fasteners. Watch, no matter what size fastener, nuts, bolts, wing nuts, square nuts, eye bolts, hooks, most anything. Gator Grip holds on tight to finish the job quickly and easily. Now hang a plant, work under the hood, fix a motorcycle, even set up a Christmas tree stand. Gator Grip replaces a complete toolbox and fits in your pocket, motorcycle, on your belt, or bike. The secret are these retractable steel rods that form to fit most any size or shape. Then locked in place, just turn and tighten. Look, this man is using a regular socket set. He has to change with every bolt. But this man is using the Gator Grip. There's no fumbling, no searching, no changing. He's done. Gator Grip is strong enough to handle up to 150 foot-pounds of torque. So breaking free a rusted nut is no problem. It can remove recessed, odd-shaped, even damaged and stripped nuts and bolts. Amazing. Ow, that's a pain in your hand. But with the Gator Grip, it's a breeze. Why spend hundreds on all these tools? All you need is the Gator Grip that fits over 1,000 nuts, bolts, and fasteners for only $19.95. But it gets better. You'll also receive this high-speed adapter that connects Gator Grip to your power drills and drivers. Drive in metal bolts with ease. Quickly install protective shutters. or put together a bicycle super fast. Yours free. Call right now and we'll include this heavy-duty ratcheting handle. Keep one in the kitchen drawer for repairing a sink or turning a broken water spigot. Together, it's all you need. Yours free. Gator Grip comes with a lifetime replacement warranty. If it ever breaks or fails, we'll replace it free for life.
Call 1-800-682-9779 to order your Gator Grip for just $19.95 or send check or money order to this address. This incredible offer won't last, so call 1-800-682-9779.
USA swears to uphold law and order every weekend.
Caused death. She was murdered.
There's too much blood and guts for a robbery.
Oh, my God.
Criminal Intent, Saturdays at 11.
It's him. I didn't do anything, man.
Special Victims Unit, Sundays at 11.
Is that why you killed him?
I did not kill him.
She made me do it.
I'm dead, Jesus!
Law and Order, Criminal Intent, and Special Victims Unit every weekend on USA.
And hello again, everybody, and welcome back to MSNBC's continuing coverage of America Strikes Back. I'm Rick Sanchez, and these are the very latest developments that we're following for you. U.S. Capitol Police say new tests confirm a letter sent to Senate Majority Leader Tom Daschle did contain anthrax. And minutes ago, FBI Director Robert Mueller confirmed similarities between the letter and one containing anthrax sent to NBC's Tom Brokaw, including similar handwriting on both letters. They were also both postmarked in Trenton, New Jersey. However, Mueller said no direct link has been found to organized terrorism. Also, minutes ago, Attorney General John Ashcroft warned that false threats of anthrax attacks will be prosecuted. He announced the indictment of one man already in Connecticut. And a second straight day of fierce daylight bombing was reported in Afghanistan. Officials also confirmed the U.S. is using a new weapon. They say a low-flying AC-130 gunship poured heavy cannon and machine gun fire into Taliban military sites near Kandahar in a pre-dawn attack. And we begin this hour with the very latest on a 7-month-old boy of an ABC News employee who was infected with anthrax, we're sorry to report. Officials say he's responding well to treatment after contracting the skin form of anthrax. The infant visited the newsroom on September 28th, but the exact source of the anthrax still remains a mystery at this point. Now, for the very latest on this story, NBC's Jeannie Ohm is outside ABC headquarters. Hello again, Jeannie.
Hello, Rick. Just about 15 minutes ago, 2 hazmat trucks pulled up to the building. We don't know if they were responding to something specific, but they are still in the building right now. But as you mentioned, at this point, investigators still don't know how a 7-month-old boy came in contact, was exposed to anthrax. What they do know is that just one day after he visited here 2 weeks ago with his mother, that's when he developed a fever and what at first looked like an infected spider bite. That they then took a biopsy, which came back yesterday and determined in fact was cutaneous anthrax. That's the skin form of the disease. Now, even though authorities don't know how this child was exposed to anthrax, they are taking extreme precautions with the mail here. All mail handlers are handling gloves. The mail is being stopped. They're checking it and sorting it before it's being distributed in the building. Now, in light of this latest case involving an infant, parents are understandably on edge, and some we spoke with say they're now rethinking where they bring their children. But other parents say they're not as concerned because they don't work for large media companies.
I don't think it really does. I mean, obviously, I'm not going to take them to a place that I think is very seriously in danger of endangering my child. But in terms of work, I work in a non-for-profit organization that's very low-key, and I can't imagine anybody wanting to send any kind of hate mail there or anything that would include anthrax possibly. So I don't think that I would change my way of being or where I would take him at all.
And what about you?
I'm a little bit more worried, maybe. So I'm a little bit more careful in looking around, always knowing, not only for the mail scare, but also knowing where the exits are and knowing how to get out and trying to stay away from sort of public places.
Again, at this point, hazmat crews are inside the building. Also, as part of the ongoing investigation, they're talking with different employees to see who the child may have come in contact with and what the child was doing during his visit. Back to you, Rick.
All right, Jeannie Ohm with the very latest there in Manhattan. We thank you. Reports today do confirm what we told you about yesterday preliminarily, that a letter containing anthrax was sent to Senate Majority Leader Tom Daschle's office. In response, Capitol Police have closed off an area of the Hart Senate building to conduct tests there now. Now, for more on this situation, we go to Capitol Hill and NBC's Joe Johns. Joe.
Rick, it is closed off. There are also extraordinary measures being taken here at the Capitol, and security is under review. Of course, this tighter security in the Capitol complex affects not just the members of Congress and their staff, but everyone from the catering, the couriers, the janitors, the people who work for the architect of the Capitol, all have to face the security, and many, of course, will have concerns about being exposed to anthrax. Meanwhile, over in the Hart Senate office building, where all of this began around 10:30 yesterday morning with a report of a suspicious letter, now long lines are forming as staffers show up to get tested for exposure to anthrax. We're being told by doctors that this is done out of an overabundance of caution.
We then made the decision to go ahead and test anybody who had been in those spaces subsequent to the incident yesterday, whether they were working there, passing through there, visiting, whoever they were, including the cleaning crews, the police, the investigators, medical personnel, and so on. And at the present time, we've set up a station in the Hart building to go ahead and do that, and have made notification to all as widely as we can for people to stop by there and be tested.
So obviously the Capitol remains on high alert today. Nonetheless, the Senate Majority Leader says the Congress will continue with its business. Rick, back to you.
All right, NBC's Joe Johns with the very latest there from Capitol Hill. And you may have learned just moments ago from the FBI director that both of the letters that came from Trenton, New Jersey had similar handwriting. These are the letters. One was sent to NBC News and another one was sent to Senate Majority Leader Tom Daschle. When we come back, we will be taking you to Trenton, New Jersey to get the very latest from postal officials there. You're watching MSNBC.
If you're concerned about hair loss, call Hair Club now and get this booklet or CD-ROM free. It's packed with the latest information on hair loss breakthroughs from around the world, including hair cloning and genetic therapy. It's loaded with the latest updates on all the proven hair loss options available today, including approved drugs, shampoos, and Hair Club's new procedures. So call 1-800-HAIR-CLUB now to get more information. Hair Club, over 25 years of hair loss experience available at your fingertips.
Your pet's exact same heartworm and flea medications delivered to your door for less than you're paying now.
It costs less than buying from my veterinarian.
Took less than 5 minutes to order.
You don't have to make an appointment. You don't have to miss work.
Now I call PetMeds and get my pet's heartworm medication delivered right to my door.
The exact same flea and tick medications you get from your vet.
Only they're cheaper.
1-888-PET-MEDS. We deliver savings and convenience on HeartGuard, Advantage, Frontline, and all other pet medications. Call to order now or order online.
What'd you guys get? I got a pound of hamburger. I've got some old suspenders. And some frozen peas.
It's just not Halloween without the right stuff. At Walgreens, we have yummy candy, fun costumes, and all kinds of spooky decorations. So come into Walgreens, the easiest way to grab all your Halloween needs.
Hello? Yeah. Yeah, I just... Our credit? Yeah, sure, we pay some bills late, but we pay them. But that shouldn't keep us from getting the house.
Paying bills late can have a negative effect on your credit and could keep you from owning a home.
Who's that?
Salesman.
But it's never too late to get it right. Call for the free guide on credit from the Fannie Mae Foundation and for a list of lenders and credit counselors.
Everyone knows Santa Claus, but behind the magic is a massive global operation. We work with UPS to bring in raw materials, produce goods, wrapping paper, ground, overnight, international, you name it. Just this morning, I had a shipment of candy canes stuck in customs in Belgium, and one call to my UPS man straightened the whole thing out. There have been instances where the naughty got toys and the nice got coal. But it's not going to happen on my watch.
And welcome back to MSNBC, everyone. Investigators say they now know which Trenton post office the anthrax-tainted letters were mailed from. 2 letters bore the postmark September 18th, Trenton, New Jersey. One was addressed, as we told you, to NBC's Tom Brokaw, the other to Senate Majority Leader Tom Daschle. NBC's Rahima Ellis is standing by in Trenton. Rahima, we also learned, as I'm sure you know by now, moments ago from the FBI director, that both of these letters had similar handwriting as well.
That's correct, Rick. We don't know much more beyond that, but it just shows that the FBI is conducting a rigorous investigation on all this. Now, it's making some people nervous around here because this is the regional post office where those letters were postmarked from. Still, we also hear some defiance from customers who are pleased that this regional office continues to be open. There is some nervousness, too, about the fact that 2 workers have been identified with having some symptoms that may be related to anthrax. They've been tested, they're being treated. We could get those test results back as early as today. Meanwhile, as I say, while the news is a bit unsettling, for some customers, they are also saying they will continue doing business as usual here.
Well, I'm here every day. It's scary. It's very scary. I do have rubber gloves in the car. I check my mail as soon as I pick it up, make sure there's the return address is on it, and who I know it's from. So far, so good.
One of the big questions now is how will they track this anthrax-tainted mail? Let's listen.
It's safe to say that through the automated equipment that's available at the Trenton P&DC, we can pretty much pinpoint when the item was handled at our postmarking equipment, and from that point determine when it was brought into the facility.
And postal officials, I should tell you, say that they are making gloves and masks available for all of those workers who are expressing some need for them and some concern for that. But again, in tracking all of this, while they say they've got an automated system, they've got a lot of work to do, Rick, because they processed some 246,000 pieces of mail from this facility on that day as the anthrax-tainted mail was postmarked September 18th. Rick?
All right, NBC's Rahima Ellis joining us with the very latest there from Trenton. We certainly appreciate. For more now on the anthrax scare in this country and how America is trying to cope with it, we're going to turn things over to Dan Abrams. He's at our home front security desk. Dan, what do you got?
Well, Rick, people have asked me again and again the same question, and the answer is yes, it's a crime. For those wondering whether it's illegal to send baby powder or laundry detergent in the mail with the intent of scaring people. Federal officials are now cracking down, charging some people with terrorism hoaxes, including phony anthrax scares.
Terrorism hoaxes are not victimless crimes, but are the destructive acts of cowards. The Department of Justice will prosecute and punish with the full force of our laws those who issue false anthrax threats or any other form of terrorist threat.
And now one man facing up to 5 years in prison, and the Attorney General saying that other people will be charged as well. This just adding to the anxiety already felt by many Americans. Joining us now from New York to talk about that anxiety is a man who has studied terrorism and its effects, Dr. Stuart Kleinman, a forensic psychiatrist from Columbia University. Thank you, Doctor, for joining us. Are these hoaxes, do you think, more dangerous to the national psyche than the actual cases of anthrax, or is it simply the fear that is instilled by seeing that people actually got anthrax?
I think what adds to people's fear and anxiety is anything that increases a sense of unpredictability. So if hoaxes increase that sense and lead people to feel if it could happen to the next person, it could just as easily happen to me, that would increase an individual's sense of anxiety and, in some cases, terror.
And so what can we do to calm people's fears? I mean, on the one hand, this is serious stuff, and we can't go out there and say, hey, you know, don't worry, this isn't a big deal. It is a big deal. With that in mind, how do we put it into context so people can really internalize it?
Well, it's a good question, and there are some practical things from a psychological perspective that people can do. First, let me take a half step back and agree with you. There's certainly such a thing as rational fear, and there certainly have been things that have happened. On the other hand, there is irrational anxiety in which, as a result of misinformation, misunderstanding, people's own imagination or fantasy, their anxiety level is promoted even beyond the actual external threat. Now, to answer your question on a very practical level, first, people should be active, not hyperactive, but active and engage in constructive type of activities. Secondly,
Doctor, before I let you get to the second one, I'm going to ask you to hold off on it. I'm going to take a quick break. I'm going to come to you right after the break. More with Dr. Kleinman in a moment.
Hold on to your seats. We're going faster. Exploring farther. Growing stronger. Changing the world one breakthrough at a time. Get a front row seat into the future. Tech TV presents Tomorrow's World. Weeknights at 9:30, 8:30 Central. Only on Tech TV's Tech Prime.
You're watching MSNBC.
28. 29. 30. 30.
Now at Red Lobster, enjoy 30 mouth-watering shrimp for just $9.99. Mix and match tangy lemon pepper shrimp, delicious shrimp pasta, savory scampi, fried and more. Red Lobster. Go overboard.
It hit me when my wife got pregnant. Just knowing that my son was on the way inspired me to lose weight and get healthy. I tried all these different things and nothing was working. I thought I was doomed. Then I saw a Slim Fast commercial and I thought, okay, I'll give it a try. I lost over 50 pounds on the Slim Fast plan. I found a whole new reason for living. I'm real high energy now. I drink Slim Fast every day. The shakes really satisfy me. There's about a gazillion vitamins and minerals and healthy stuff. It's just great. It's a wonderful thing.
Slim Fast. Every day. Get healthy.
You really can do it.
The American flag. It symbolizes freedom and justice for all mankind. Throughout the land, millions of Americans are proudly displaying the flag. Introducing the American Freedom Collection. A set of 2 quick display flags, 1 Old Glory flag and the exclusive God Bless America flag. Each flag is made of weatherproof, fade-resistant material. They attach to your car window in seconds. Just slide the slot in the window. It's that easy. It looks great on mailboxes, bikes, trucks, even inside your home. The American Freedom Collection also includes 4 reusable peel-in-place flags. There's no glue. Just peel off the flag, and it'll cling to any smooth surface. Call now and receive your personal American Freedom pin. You get everything. The Old Glory flag, the God Bless America flag, the peel-in-place flags, and flag pin. The entire American Freedom Collection for just $14.99. Call now.
To order your American Freedom Collection for only $14.99 plus shipping, have your credit card or checkbook ready and call 1-800-998-8605.
We're back at the Homefront Security Desk talking about how to put these anthrax scares into context. On the one hand, this is very serious business, and on the other hand, there is no need for a sort of national sense of complete fear, and we're talking to Dr. Stuart Kleinman about sort of how to balance the reality with the unnecessary fear. And Dr. Kleinman, the first point you made was understanding the facts, understanding the truth of exactly what is going on, and you were about to make a second point.
Yes, it's very important for people not to isolate themselves. Human beings are creatures of attachment, and there's a natural tendency for some people to want to retreat, to go into their rooms, to be by themselves. But it's very important psychologically to maintain attachment with people. Related to that, it's very clear that to the extent that people can do so, engaging in altruistic activity is very helpful. And it doesn't mean that people have to be heroes.
altruistic activity can be as simple as comforting another person, but being engaged in helping others is very important. Also, to the extent that people have personal religious beliefs or personal spiritual beliefs, that's actually very helpful. Obviously, on a common sense level, it makes sense, but research also shows that's very helpful.
All right, now, I want to ask you about the issue of Cipro. You know, fear of anthrax has led a lot of people to go out there and start stockpiling it, and, you know, they may not have any reason to believe that they actually have anthrax. What do you say to those people who are stocking up on the drug?
Well, of course, I'm a psychiatrist, so I'm limited in terms of what I can say with expertise, but I can say...
But you're a doctor, too.
Yes,
I mean, and this is a psychological response, is it not?
No, I agree, and I can say this. I mentioned it's important to know the facts. There are certain facts which would help and should help allay people's anxiety in the fact that, A, it's treatable, to the extent that I have knowledge that there are that Cipro is available, generally speaking, and 3, not all cases of anthrax, as we already know, are the type of anthrax that necessarily lead to severe illness. So knowing the facts really does make a difference.
All right, Dr. Stuart Kleiman, thanks very much for joining us. Appreciate it.
You're
Rick,
welcome.
back to you.
All right, thanks a lot, Dan. Suffice it to say that whoever is doing this is trying to create a high level of anxiety, and that is why they are sending these letters to members of the media and to public officials. More on that when we come back on MSNBC.
What's being done to keep you safe at home? Dan Abrams reports on Homefront Security, live weekdays only on MSNBC.
Attention all Americans who need prescription drugs. Look how much you can save when you get a prescription filled with the People's Prescription Plan.
Prilosec, save $14.92 per prescription. Zocor, $12.25. Vioxx, $11.57. Lipitor,
And savings on so many more. For just $7.95 a month, this valuable plan covers your whole household with no limits on use. In fact, you can see how it can more than pay for itself the very first time you use it, and how the savings can really add up. You'll also save on eyewear, hearing aids, and more at over 50,000 locations nationwide. As a special offer, call now and pay just $2.95 for your first month, a savings of $5 off the regular price. Plus, your satisfaction is guaranteed or your money back. There are no claim forms. You save right on the spot. So for big savings when you need a prescription filled, get the People's Prescription Plan today.
Call 1-800-614-3434 for free information on the People's Prescription Plan. 1-800-614-3434.
And hello again, everybody, and welcome back to MSNBC's continuing coverage of America Strikes Back. I'm Rick Sanchez. On the half hour, these are the latest developments that we're following for you. U.S. Capitol Police say new tests confirm a letter sent to Senate Majority Leader Tom Daschle did contain anthrax. And a short time ago, FBI Director Robert Mueller announced that letter and one containing anthrax sent to NBC's Tom Brokaw contained similar handwriting. They were both also postmarked in Trenton, New Jersey. Also a short time ago, Attorney General John Ashcroft warned in no uncertain terms that false threats of anthrax attacks will be prosecuted, and he announced the indictment of at least one man already in Connecticut. And a second straight day of fierce daylight bombing was reported in Afghanistan. Officials also confirmed the U.S. is using a new weapon. They say low-flying AC-130 gunships poured heavy cannon and machine gun fire into Taliban military sites near Kandahar in a pre-dawn attack. With new reports appearing every day, is the media in particular the new target of bioterrorists? Monica Novotny is in Midtown Manhattan for us with more on that part of the story. Hello, Monica.
Good afternoon, Rick. We are here in the heart of Midtown at what you could call the crossroads of Media Central. There are many media companies that have their headquarters here. Just over my shoulder is the Time Life building. Also in this neighborhood, News Corp, the Associated Press, NBC News, and just blocks north of here, ABC News, where the latest confirmed case of anthrax is believed to have originated. Now, there is growing concern within this community that media companies like these may continue to be targets. As a result, Mayor Rudolph Giuliani announced that environmental teams made up of New York City Police, FBI, and health investigators have been sent to media companies as a precautionary measure.
We tried to go to the 4 or 5 others that we thought might be ones that might be considered, since we already have
NBC, and we have indications at ABC, and we know down in Florida that it was a media outlet that was affected. So we thought it might not be a bad idea to go and test in advance and also establish some relationships in case something happens over the next 3 or 4 days.
So far, we know that investigators have visited ABC News, of course, where more than 100 employees have been interviewed at this point. The FBI is on the scene. They've also visited CBS News, where now they say that their mailroom and newsroom are open and running. Also, the New York Post and the Daily News, those are 2 local New York papers. They've been checked, as has CNN, whose mailroom is now open, and Fox. Now, samples have been taken from all of those buildings from various areas, including their mailroom. Those samples are being tested, and results are pending. We also want to show you, this is a New York Post. This is today's edition, and this is a local paper here. Now, they have not had any reports of any suspicious mail or packages. However, as an additional precautionary measure, 4 employees from the New York Post have been tested for anthrax. 3 have complained of flu-like symptoms, and the 4th has complained of a skin infection on her finger. One of those test results has come back negative. The other 3 are pending. Rick?
That's Monica Novotny in Midtown Manhattan. We certainly appreciate the report, Monica. Now, as the war on terrorism is being fought at home and abroad, we have coverage all across the globe for you. Let's turn now to the very latest in Pakistan. As you can see, it is 10:30 at night, or 10:33 at night in the capital of Islamabad. Earlier today, Secretary of State Colin Powell met with Pakistani President Pervez Musharraf to discuss a broad-based government for Afghanistan. With more on the talks and the very latest from there, we take you to Pakistan. That's where NBC's Ashley Banfield is standing by in Islamabad. A lot of important talks going on there today, Ashley. Any progress to report?
It's hard to say progress at this point because I suppose time will tell when you start to see what happens in the streets in the coming days, and certainly the response if the bombing attacks in Afghanistan neighboring this country continue, Rick. But it's key that Colin Powell spent the time that he did here with Pervez Musharraf, because Pervez Musharraf, the president of Pakistan, is walking a very fine diplomatic line right now, supporting the U.S. coalition, but angering a lot of the people who live here who say that they believe this is a war on Islam and that President Pervez Musharraf does not represent their best interests. We've seen that with the strikes and riots that have been prevalent in this part of the world. But what's key here is that there were 3 things really that were supposed to be on the agenda between Colin Powell and Pervez Musharraf. 1, not the least of which, the ongoing strikes in the neighboring country, Afghanistan. Number 2, what's to become of the Taliban government after it's toppled, if that's going to be the case. And number 3, just what of this violence in neighboring Kashmir, which of course is a topic of consternation between India and its rival Pakistan. These are 2 nuclear powers, and this is a very important topic vis-a-vis the stability in this region. It was important before the bombs started dropping in Afghanistan. It's become even more important now that the bombing campaign is underway, and there has been a very serious flare-up in just the last 24 hours in Kashmir. Earlier today, both Pervez Musharraf and Secretary of State Colin Powell had a news conference here in Islamabad where they talked about the fact that neither of them wants this bombing campaign to be long, but that both of them want the relationship between the U.S. and Pakistan to be long. Here's both of them from earlier.
We grieve for the innocent victims in Afghanistan. We regret that the government of Afghanistan jeopardized the interests of millions of its own people. Our decision to support the international campaign against terrorism in all its manifestations is based on principles.
This isn't just a temporary spike in our relationship, but we believe as a result of the actions taken by Pakistan over the last 5 weeks, we truly are at the beginning of a strengthened relationship, a relationship that will grow and thrive in the months and years ahead.
We should also mention that there ended up being a 4th topic on the agenda, and that was the future of education here in Pakistan, a direct reference from the Secretary of State regarding those madrasas, which are, of course, religious schools that feed, clothe, look after young Muslim boys, but many are critical of these schools as turning out potential terrorists with the rhetoric that comes from the mosque. So clearly Colin Powell was looking to the future of these madrasas. There are tens of thousands of them all throughout this country, and they are educating boys at an alarming rate, and the critics say they're educating them at an alarming rate with alarming rhetoric. So that was a key point of reference between the two leaders. Also, we should tell you that one of the recent happenings, a Red Cross compound in Kabul has been hit by, we're not sure whether they're U.S. bombs or whether they were anti-aircraft. This is something the White House says it's looking into. But there was one Red Cross security guard who was injured in this attack or in this flare-up, and also a lot of the supplies at this Red Cross compound, wheat, oil, blankets, clothing, tents, were affected as well, burned in two of the tents in two of the warehouses that ended up being destroyed in this ensuing fire. We should also tell you that in the Kashmir, in the last several hours, there have been sporadic gunfire. There's also been sporadic mortar attacks, which is, again, a serious problem. This would be 2 days in a row that the Kashmir has erupted into violence. And we should also tell you that this is the most violence that the Kashmir has seen in over a year, again, happening simultaneously with the visit of Colin Powell to both India and Pakistan, Rick.
Yeah, it's probably the last thing that U.S. officials want to hear. Ashley Banfield is following things for us there in Islamabad, and we certainly appreciate Ashley. We want to remind you that Ashley can be seen later on tonight as well. For the better part of 3 weeks, she has been bringing us special reports. It's called A Region in Conflict, and you can see the latest tonight at 10 p.m. Eastern, 7 Pacific, right here on MSNBC. As our global coverage continue, America Strikes Back. We will be bringing you the very latest from the global coverage right here. We'll be back.
Sunday on an all-new MSNBC National Geographic Explorer. The Middle East and Central Asia, a world most Americans know very little about. Now see inside as never before. Through the eyes of 3 special National Geographic photographers. Assignment Egypt. Sunday at 8, only on MSNBC.
Hi, I'm John Scherer, CEO and founder of Video Professor. Well, I'm the one that makes computer learning quick and easy with these CD-ROM lessons from Video Professor. You know, I've always said that if I could just get a room full of people to sit down and try my product, they'd be so impressed. They'd never bother with expensive classes again or these big, thick, confusing manuals. You know, when I developed our first learning lesson 14 years ago, the goal was very simple. It was to make the lessons quick, easy, and most of all, simple for anyone to learn with. The CD plays like a video on your computer screen. Just follow the on-screen instructions. If you need to see something again, rewind it. If you need to take a break, pause it. It's so simple. Here, look at all these options you can choose in any computer program. Now, you could try to find out what those commands do with this book, or you can just follow along with our CD as we show you step by step what they do. For instance, I'll get you started on computers with my Learning Windows CD. My Internet CD will show you how to surf the web and send and receive email. Use my Word CD to create great-looking documents. Or try my Quicken tutorial to put your finances in order. I'm so sure my product will work for you. I want you to try one of my lessons for free, because I know that once you do, you'll come back to us for all your computer learning needs. You just pay a small shipping and handling. You will positively learn to operate your computer using my foolproof learning method, or I'm going to even refund your shipping and handling. So if you want to learn to operate your computer once and for all, save yourself a lot of time and energy, try my product.
Call Video Professor now for your free lesson. Choose from Windows, Word, Quicken, the Internet, and many more. Call in the next 10 minutes and this free gift will be yours. The Anytime Organizer is the calendar, diary, address book, and journal on your PC, so you'll never miss an appointment again. Remember, you must call now to get your free CD and the extra free gift. So don't delay. Call now.
Call 1-800-253-7803. Why are so many people switching to IDT long distance? 5 cents, actually. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you for joining IDT. Enjoy the savings.
Because we offer the simplest low-cost long-distance plan available. Just 5 cents a minute, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, for every state-to-state long-distance call you make. We don't waste money on celebrities and gimmicks. We just offer the best long-distance available at the lowest possible price. Just 5 cents a minute, all day long, every single day of the week. And IDT has 6-second billing, so you never get charged for time you don't use. No complicated billing plans with rates that change depending on the time of day. No prepayments for time you may lose, and no annoying 1010 numbers to dial. Just the best long distance available at the lowest possible price. For real savings in the real world, call IDT right now. We're waiting for your call.
5 cents a minute, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. IDT long distance. No one does it for less.
Hello again, everybody. I'm Rick Sanchez, and welcome back to MSNBC. Let's try and catch you up, first of all, on some of the very latest developments that we've been following for you. A wing of the Hart Senate building is closed, and hundreds of people could be tested after anthrax was mailed to Senate Majority Leader Tom Daschle's office. So far, nobody has tested positive for exposure there, we should stress. Also, Attorney General John Ashcroft says the anthrax incidents around the country have not been tied to organized terrorism. During a news conference, Ashcroft also said anyone responsible for anthrax hoaxes will be punished to the full extent of the law. And Red Cross officials in Afghanistan say 2 U.S. bombs hit its center in Kabul. The organization says 35% of the food and other supplies stored there were destroyed. White House spokesman Ari Fleischer says it's unclear if the building was hit by U.S. bombs or Taliban anti-aircraft fire. Meanwhile, Northern Alliance Foreign Minister Dr. Abdullah says his Afghan rebel group is ready to coordinate their attacks on the Taliban with the U.S. first target, the Taliban's military command center at Mazar-e-Sharif. Now, Greg Jarrett with Dr. Abdullah today talked about their campaign and the future leadership in Afghanistan.
Dr. Abdullah, how much contact has your leadership and the Northern Alliance had with the United States?
I would say that we do have contacts. The contacts have increased in the past few days, and they are regular, they are daily.
Can you describe for us or quantify for us the number of Taliban defections to the Northern Alliance?
So far it has been over 4,000 people altogether, 4,000 armed forces, which include like some 80 commanders, which previously were collaborating with the Taliban, and they defected and joined our forces. And it hasn't been just a defection. In some areas, they have blocked the road, the supply roads of the Taliban. So they have taken action against Taliban in that regard. There have been some defections towards Pakistan. Some of the Taliban commanders have left the battlefield and they have gone to Pakistan. So this is an ongoing process.
Dr. Abdullah, if and when the Taliban government falls, is the Northern Alliance willing to participate in a broad coalition government that would include other groups, including Pashtun factions in the south?
First of all, the United Front is consisted of different ethnic groups, including Pashtun. This is the situation at the present, at the moment. But of course, after in post-Taliban era, we would try to make the future political setup of Afghanistan more inclusive, more broad-based, by including more Pashtuns from southern Afghanistan, which currently the areas are under Taliban control.
Would you be willing to accept a coalition government that would include the former king, Mohammad Zahir Shah?
I think any Afghan personality, national personality, which would like to see peace in Afghanistan prevailing, as well as willing to cooperate in giving the right of self-determination to the people of Afghanistan, is welcome, including the former king of Afghanistan, Zahir Shah.
Would you also be willing to accept United Nations peacekeeping troops there in Afghanistan for a period of time to ensure the stability of a new government?
It is not being discussed so far, but we do not rule it out. I said as there are certain amounts or elements of uncertainty about the immediate outcome of the strikes in the military operations as a whole. So we leave all options open. This is not being ruled out. This is an option. This could be considered as an option.
Dr. Abdullah, thank you very much for being with us.
You're welcome.
And that's Greg Jarrett with an interview that was done earlier in the day. We are going to be taking you to the war room when we come back to show you what is going on in Afghanistan today. And we'll take you to the Northern Alliance area as well and ask General Bernard Traynor about that right here on MSNBC.
1993. Mogadishu, Somalia. 18 American soldiers killed, 75 wounded.
I just remember explosions all over the place.
They were the first to battle the forces of bin Laden. Can the costly lessons learned then help us fight terrorism now? MSNBC investigates Black Hawk Down, the Somalia Connection. Tonight at 9 on MSNBC.
Talk softly and carry a small stick. Small is all outdoors. It's time to bring in the small guns. Some things in life were just meant to be big. Town car from Lincoln.
It's LensCrafter's best $99 offer ever. Right now, get a complete pair of glasses with DuraLens, our most scratch-resistant plastic lens for only $99. The $99 DuraLens event. This is one you don't want to miss.
Sunday on an all-new MSNBC National Geographic Explorer, the Middle East and Central Asia, a world most Americans know very little about. Now see inside as never before through the eyes of 3 special National Geographic photographers. Their homeland, their vision, up close, caught by their cameras. A personal glimpse inside this region in conflict. An all-new MSNBC National Geographic Explorer, Assignment Egypt, Sunday at 8, only on MSNBC.
In this time of need, the American Red Cross is profoundly grateful for your generous outpouring of support. A long period of uncertainty and recovery awaits us all. Please, maintain your resolve to donate blood. Call 1-800-GIVE-LIFE to schedule an appointment, and please be persistent. Again, call 1-800-GIVE-LIFE. Together, we can save a life.
Hi, I'm George Foreman, and this is my lean, mean, fat-reducing grilling machine. It grills delicious food in a healthy way fast. And now I've teamed up with the folks at Sears to make my grill better than ever. We've added this unique, handy warming lid, so preparing tasty meals is even easier.
George Foreman's grill cooks from both sides at once. It cuts most cooking times in half. The slanted grill channels fat and grease away from food. The floating hinge lets me grill evenly. Seared on the outside, moist and flavorful inside. Meanwhile, the lid warms rolls, buns, biscuits, tortillas, even pita bread. And the double-coated non-stick surface makes cleanup a breeze. The grill's even better now, with 30% more grilling space. I can cook enough for everyone.
I'm so proud of it, I put my name on it. And because it's from Sears, you know your satisfaction is guaranteed or your money back.
Call now to order the new George Foreman grilling machine with warming lid. 1-800-801-6677.
And welcome back, everyone. We've moved, bringing the very latest information in Afghanistan. The Pentagon is looking into what could turn out to be an embarrassing military mistake. 2 U.S. bombs hit a clearly labeled International Red Cross warehouse in the center of Kabul today. Rescue workers rushed to salvage what they could, but witnesses and officials say at least 35% of the food and equipment stored inside was destroyed. They also say that one Red Cross worker was slightly hurt by flying glass. This mistake added to the small list of mistakes made so far, but the U.S. maintains its mission overall thus far is a success. There is a specific strategy in place, they say, and it appears to make great use of the Northern Alliance. Joining me now to talk about the Northern Alliance's strategy role in all this is MSNBC military analyst, Dr. General Bernard Traynor. I almost gave you a different title there for a moment.
Thank you, Rick.
Let's talk about the Northern Alliance if we can. And as we talk about the Northern Alliance, let's bring this idea of the road to Kabul, because there are many roads to Kabul, one would think, as we talk about this. And as we look at our topographical map, there is, at least looking at it as the crow flies, a straight line from where the Northern Alliance is to Kabul. But we tend to hear that there might be another direction that might be taken. Tell us about that.
Yeah, I think if we illustrate it on the map here, it'd be useful. If we could just draw a line down here Let's see, let me get it. Yeah. Just down here. North of that line that's the territory of the Northern Alliance. And it's separated from the south where the Taliban are. And of course they're enemies. The Northern Alliance is made up of tribes that are Tashkents and Uzbeks and Hazaras. In the south, they are Pashtuns.
Right.
And they are struggling for control of the country.
And the Pashtun is what many of the Taliban are.
Most of them are Pashtun, yes. And the line of contact is just above Kabul here, right in the mountains. That's where they're facing. And the Northern Alliance talks about coming down through those mountains to take Kabul. Now, it's very difficult terrain, and they probably would not succeed without our help, and I don't think we're giving them help because the Taliban, we're looking to see the Taliban break apart and defect, and anything that's going to unite them would be if the Uzbeks went down to Kabul. Now,
Go ahead.
The alternative, and which seems to make a lot of sense, is they're in this area up here, this is basically Northern Alliance territory, is to move down against Mazar al-Sharif. You see Mazar al-Sharif there? And then down towards Herat. Now, if you do something like that and get Mazar al-Sharif, amongst other things, that would provide a base if the United States wanted to have established some forces inside Afghanistan without the restrictions that have been put on them by the Pakistanis and others. That would be a good move. Move then down towards Herat to the southwest. You start a domino effect if it's successful, where some of those who belong to the Taliban or are really not committed say, you know, it's in our interest to accept the fact that the Taliban has lost the mandate from heaven and they start to defect. That's the hopeful thing. And that's something that we could probably support with air power, although it's a long way from where we have our air power in the Arabian Sea, going all the way up there, over 1,000 miles.
And I imagine it serves our interest in a geopolitical way as well, because when we consider what is going on in this region, the Pakistani government could ill afford at this point to have the Northern Alliance take control of Afghanistan.
That's right.
There has to be, it would seem, some Pashtun representation in whatever government is formed. So you don't want to move in too fast, do you?
No, you're absolutely right. Pakistan would resist anything from the Northern Alliance to be in the final arbiter of power. Behind the scenes, you have two things going on that are equally, if not more important than the military activities. One is the business of trying to get the defections from the Taliban, and the second one is trying to get some sort of an agreement on a coalition government which would represent the legitimate factions within Afghanistan, which would include the Pashtuns and possibly even some of the more moderate Taliban. So you have three things going on at one time. You got the military activity in the air and on the ground. You have the business of wheeling and dealing behind the scenes to break up the Taliban, and behind the scenes also a diplomatic effort to come to some sort of agreement for some sort of coalition government.
Thank you so much for your comments. We certainly appreciate your wisdom, General Bernard Traynor. And when we come back, we may very well be taking you to City Hall once again to bring you the very latest from New York Mayor Rudy Giuliani. We'll have that for you right here on MSNBC.
Tonight on Business Center, since the attack, how has life and business changed in cities across America? New Orleans has sights, sounds, and the upcoming Super Bowl. But how is the Big Easy holding up now? Tonight on CNBC Business Center at 6 p.m. Eastern.
I run 100-mile marathons.
I wasn't always in this shape. After my son was born, I needed to lose weight. I lost 44 pounds on the Slim Fast plan.
That was 9 years ago.
And I've used Slim Fast ever since. I drink it every day.
I love it. I started training
and kept Slim Fast as part of my healthy diet. Food is fuel for me.
Slim Fast is balanced.
It has the vitamins I need, the nutrients, and calcium
for my bones.
Slim Fast helps keep me in top form.
Slim Fast every day. Get healthy. Seat 9A. Window.
How are you?
Morning flight. Full-size car. Hotel? Not this trip. On Travelocity, we'll show you a calendar of choices for the price you want. Because a great fare isn't great if it's not available when you are. Travelocity. Go virtually anywhere.
Do you need to know how to operate a computer? Hi, I'm John Scherer, CEO and founder of Video Professor. You know, our product is quick, it's easy to learn with, and you can try it for free. You know, over the years, millions of people have learned how to run their computer using our product. We get happy letters and emails every day thanking us. But the most rewarding thing for me is having people stop me on the street and tell me just how easy it was for them to learn to run their computer using our product. You know, if you just want to learn how to run a computer once and for all, save yourself a lot of time and energy, try my product. Well, let me show you how easy this is. Put your CD in the CD tray. The lesson plays right on your computer. It works just like a VCR. Just follow the step-by-step instructions. You know, I'm so confident my product will work for you. I'm going to send it to you absolutely free. The reason I'm going to do this is because I know that once you try my product, you'll come back to us for all your computer learning needs. So try my product.
Call 1-800-305-5078.
New possibilities for energy and performance just became clear. Chevron Texaco.
You can't argue with free, which is why at Brokerage America you get commission-free market orders and rebates on every stock trade, unlike those other websites. BrokerageAmerica.com.
It's LensCrafters' best $99 offer ever. Right now, get a complete pair of glasses with DuraLens, our most scratch-resistant plastic lens for only $99. The $99 DuraLens event. This is one you don't want to miss.
Imagine combining the stain-fighting power of Efferdent and freshening power of Listerine. You'd get Efferdent Plus. It's extra fresh, and nothing gets your dentures cleaner. Efferdent Clean, Listerine Fresh. That's Efferdent Plus.
Somalia, 1993. The first American soldiers to battle the forces of bin Laden.
I just remember explosions all over the place.
Can the costly lessons learned then help us fight terrorism now? MSNBC investigates Black Hawk Down, the Somalia Connection. Tonight at 9 on MSNBC.
On the satellite loop this afternoon, we have a storm near Lake Erie, which will be heading northeastward with a chilly rain the next 24 hours, but much of the rest of the country enjoying dry weather with high pressure in charge. Here is the AccuWeather forecast in Chicago this afternoon. Some leftover clouds and a chilly wind. In Detroit, though, rain with some heavy downpours this afternoon. That'll be ending this evening. Portland, Oregon, just a few showers this afternoon and evening, and in Seattle, a bit of rain as well.
There is a certain level of anthrax anxiety mounting as federal officials try to find the source of tainted letters. The FDA now says that there is a link between at least 2 of them.
I'm Ginny Ohm in New York. Hazmat crews are going through the building at ABC News to try and find out how a 7-month-old boy was exposed to anthrax.
Congressional staffers lining up to get tested for exposure to anthrax. I'm Joe Johns on Capitol Hill. I'll have a live report.
I'm Brahima Ellis. 2 anthrax-tainted letters were postmarked from this Trenton, New Jersey facility, but postal officials say this post office is safe and remains open. I'll have the story.
I'm Ashley Banfield in Islamabad, Pakistan. It was not even 24 hours, but Colin Powell's appearance on Pakistan soil certainly had an effect. We'll talk about what kind of an effect coming up.
Hi again, everybody, and welcome back to MSNBC's continuing coverage of America Strikes Back. I'm Rick Sanchez at 2 p.m. Eastern Time, 11 a.m. Pacific, and 10:30 p.m. in Afghanistan. These are the latest developments that we've been following for you. A short time ago, FBI Director Robert Mueller confirmed similarities between a letter containing anthrax sent to Senate Majority Leader Tom Daschle and the one sent to NBC's Tom Brokaw. He said they had similar handwriting. First time we've learned that as well. They were also both postmarked in Trenton, New Jersey. However, Mueller said no direct link had been found to organized terrorism at this point. Meantime, Attorney General John Ashcroft warns that anyone who sends a fake anthrax letter will be found and prosecuted. He announced the indictment of 1 man in Connecticut already. And witnesses say U.S. bombs hit a Red Cross warehouse in Kabul today during fierce daylight attacks. The White House says the U.S. is investigating. Red Cross officials say an Afghan security guard was slightly injured. We're going to begin, though, with our top story, the investigation into a number of anthrax scares across the country. There are a number of fronts today, spanning from the mailrooms of various news organizations to the United States Capitol. In New York, samples collected from various newsrooms have tested negative for the presence of the anthrax bacteria. In Washington, D.C., the presence of anthrax was confirmed in Senator Daschle's office, and as a result, officials closed 12 senators' offices as a precaution thus far today. And in Trenton, New Jersey, investigators have now determined that the exact post office that processed 2 of the anthrax-tainted letters was there in Trenton. And to the south now, in Boca Raton, Florida, a small amount of anthrax was found in the local post office. Part of that facility is now shut down. We have correspondents covering every angle, as you might imagine. NBC's Jeannie Ohm is outside ABC headquarters in New York, and Joe Johns is going to be joining us from Capitol Hill. Let's begin in New York, though, with Jeannie Ohm and the very latest there. Hello again, Jeannie.
Hi, Rick. Hazmat crews are still inside the building, and we're told the FBI is sweeping through 2 floors right now to try and find any traces of anthrax. Now, the reason the investigation is focusing on ABC News is not only do we have confirmed cases at NBC News and American Media Incorporated in Florida, but also because a 7-month-old boy came here with his mother 2 weeks ago. She's a producer here. And immediately the next day, that's when he got sick. He developed symptoms, including a fever and what looked at first like an infected spider bite. That turned into an ulcer, and it's only when they performed a biopsy did they determine yesterday it was, in fact, cutaneous anthrax, the skin form of anthrax. We're told so far that more than 100 employees here have been questioned, have been interviewed to see if they had any contact with the child, if they recall the child touching anything in particular. But also, they are also offering testing. It's not widespread testing like we saw over at NBC News, but they are offering it to those employees who are concerned. And the reason why they can't offer widespread at this point is they don't have a source at this point. So they can't pinpoint a certain area saying, if you were in this area, you should get tested. So at this point, they still don't know the origin of this anthrax. And I mentioned over at NBC News, the testing is still ongoing. So far, more than 1,000 employees there have been tested, but there's no word yet of any new reported cases of any anthrax exposure. The activity is not just going on here at ABC News. There's also a lot of activity at Capitol Hill. That's where Senate Majority Leader Tom Daschle, received a letter that, in fact, did contain anthrax. And for that part of the story, Joe Johns is live on Capitol Hill. Joe?
Jeannie, right now, authorities here in Washington, D.C. are reporting no direct link has been found or established between the recent mailings of anthrax and the situation here in the country. However, the Department of Justice is also pointing out that there do appear to be similarities between the package sent to NBC News anchor Tom Brokaw and the package sent to Senate Majority Leader Tom Daschle. Here is the director of the FBI.
There are similarities of handwriting at this point, but the letters are being analyzed still, and to draw a final conclusion would be premature to draw a final conclusion.
Director said. So once again, authorities reporting no direct link between the anthrax that has been mailed out and organized terrorism. At least they've not been able to find it so far. But the concern continues here on Capitol Hill. A number of staffers lining up to be tested for anthrax. Authorities say it is only a precautionary measure right now. This morning, the majority leader said he was able to discern that so far none of his staffers have in fact been tested positive for anthrax. Still, the doctor here at the U.S. Capitol says they have to wait for cultures on the swabs that have been taken from the staffers to say for certain. Rick, back to you.
All right, NBC's Joe Johns, and Joe, we certainly thank you for that report. In New Jersey, investigators have now tracked down the exact post office that processed 2 letters containing anthrax. NBC's Rahima Ellis is joining us now live from Trenton, New Jersey with the very latest, and I suppose we can compound that with the information that we received from the FBI director that both of the letters that were sent from there have similar handwriting. Rahima.
Rick, that's correct. And let me tell you that postal officials say more than 900 employees work out of this Trenton Regional Post Office, where those 2 letters that were postmarked from here and have been found to be the ones that were tainted with anthrax. Some of those postal workers, understandably, are a bit nervous about all of this news. But officials say that this area is environmentally safe. They're keeping it open. Some customers are pleased about that, saying they don't want their lives to be turned upside down by fear. In fact, One man said that he's going to continue doing business as usual. In fact, even sounding a little defiant about it. Let's listen.
I'm not going to change my ways of living or, let's just give it in. So I came here for my stamps and mail a letter out to get out of here quicker than from any other place. Definitely we'll start looking at the letters, and most likely I wouldn't rip them open like I normally would, I'd probably use a cutter or something like that rather than just using my fingers.
So some customers taking precautions, and you can bet they're taking some precautions in this regional office behind me as well. They are making available gloves as well as masks for any workers who say that they'd like to make use of this kind of material. It is voluntary, not mandatory, but again, it's available to workers here. And officials, as they try to track down where this anthrax-tainted mail came from, Rick, they've got a tough task ahead of them because more than 246,000 pieces of mail were processed on the same day as that other mail that was tainted with anthrax was processed on September 18th. Rick?
Brahima Ellis with the very latest there from Trenton, New Jersey. Now let's go to Boca Raton, Florida, where there's been a confirmation that a second employee did indeed contract inhalation anthrax. NBC's Frederica Whitfield is in Boca Raton following this story. Now, this is not going to be a new name, I understand, to most of us, right, Fred?
No, in fact, it's Ernie Blanco, who was the second victim who was identified as having tested positive for being exposed to anthrax. He was being treated in a Miami hospital for what people thought were pneumonia, symptoms of pneumonia, but as it turns out now, it seems that the anthrax infection, the bacteria, has multiplied in his lungs, and now he is considered an inhalation anthrax infected patient. If you see behind me that Governor Bush is walking in, because in less than an hour he will be speaking about this investigation. Rick?
All right, we're going to take it back to you, take it back from you, Frederica, because we understand that Trent Lott is now talking to reporters, and we're going to let you listen to that live.
The CDC, the Secretary of HHS, even our in-house resident physician, Dr. Bill Frist, and we feel very confident that proper preparations and precautions are being taken, and that this was, a limited incident. We're taking actions to make sure that there are no more of them within the limits of human activity, and we'll do